That was a nice introduction. Let's try again. Well, here we are at Nottingham for day 2 of the Home Internationals. I've been on for about 5 minutes giving an intro saying how we'd ironed out all the bugs and hadn't actually pressed the live button. So I'll try again. I think today we've ironed out most of the bugs. So hopefully today's delivery will be a bit more seamless and a bit more involved with the croquet. Kicking off today's action with Mobley Good for England and Burridge Eye and Roberts for Wales. England currently 2-up. Yeah, Jack had one of those at 3 as well, so they're not particularly easy, these hoops. You do need to be pretty much in the middle of them. Like that. Ian reaches in for his phantom peg. Puts us at 2 apiece. We're fortunate enough to be joined in the commentary box by Richard Bilton, player, not today, but extraordinary player, manager for today's events and co-commentator.
Morning everyone.
So hopefully you can shed a bit of light where I miss various tactical nuances, which will no doubt occur as the day goes on. I've made a good start so far, but yeah, commenting rather well on hoop number 4. It's a good start.
Shot from Chris. Possibly the fastest 7 yards at the club.
Yeah, this stretch of lawn is notorious along this south boundary between, well, pretty much between 8 and 9, really. Anything you hit along that plane is going some. So England don't fancy allowing Ian, the player of the yellow ball, to have a free crack at this blue. So they've decided to opt for the clearance on red early on. Unfortunately, Jack hasn't been successful. So if Ian hits this, which he has very well, could put the
blue was in good position. So even if black had hit red, the yellow needs to move blue. But blue is now a lot further away than black was, so it's the right shot to go for it. Just an unfortunate miss.
Yeah, I agree.
Jack's been very consistent at those kind of shots.
He has, yeah. It's nice to see him come into his own over the last, well, a few seasons, really. JP's body language suggests that he was quite happy with the shot, but less so with the outcome. So Roberts here for a chance to swing the balance from a 2-0 deficit to a 3-2 lead.
Nice chance to get up to 6 as well. Let's go for a draw.
Oh, we're having a little...
Oh, just wriggle through.
Okay. So they're not that difficult to run. Red has run hoop 5 by about an inch. Which is the sort of shot that, you know, when you're playing a club day opponent, you tend to get rapturous applause for. But at competition like this, people tend to be a bit disappointed with the outcome of scoring a hoop, which is, yeah, it's extraordinary when you think about it, but the situation Chris was trying to give himself was not only scoring a point at 5, but gaining the tactical advantage and control at 6, which failing the draws has deprived him of. So Jack's approach to 6 is possibly a little deeper than he'd have liked, possibly a little more angled. So Ian responds with a nice close position.
But is played in so that red is going to have to do something with black. I mean, it's short enough through the hoop that it can get a mallet to it.
Yes, I think that's right. You can get a clear stab at it if he wants.
Blue is a little bit short of position there.
Looks like red's just rolling in as well.
Perhaps they're comfortable with blue and black finish.
That looks like it hasn't been given enough. Yeah. So yeah, not quite on that
quite
one.
fast on this, but not quite as fast as they think.
Yeah, perhaps not. Maybe as the day goes on, it'll get a little quicker.
Yeah, perhaps they're just
That's nicely
allowing for
played.
yesterday's pace.
That's a cracking shot, that. So it might be, perhaps, a little too good. Depending on whether or not yellow Francis is clearance here. And the spot that they're eyeing up is, it looks to be, yeah. I don't know whether you can...
Chris suggesting blocking the blues hoop shot there, but I think Ian is right that going wide from black is better.
I agree with that. I don't know whether the microphone courtside actually picked up any of that exchange. But yeah, no, I agree with Ian's thinking there. I think the wide position from black is a bit stronger. These hoops aren't easy, and JP, whilst being a pretty good player, this is still quite a tough shot. And given the position that they were in earlier, 2-0 up, he's now actually shooting to level the score. So the pressure is on this one, I think.
If yellow had blocked the blue, then you can just turn around, get rid of red, and then black can get rid of yellow, and you're in control.
Mm-hmm.
If yellow goes wide from black, blue can move it, and then it's probably still okay. But it tempts him into the hoop, which is obviously what Ian wanted.
Yeah, quite. Yeah.
I don't know if yellow is wide from black.
I
He
think,
might have just gone for the hoop.
judging by Ian's reaction, I think the answer is no. So I think this is a clearance on black from red.
That would seem sensible enough.
Big characteristic Chris Roberts backswing gives away the fact that it was a clearance.
There's a big area for a Y there behind the blue and the hoop.
He could have done
He
well.
may have got a gap.
Well, Chris is eyeing it up to ensure that the ball has returned to the correct position.
You can't see both sides of yellow because of the blue and the hoop, but I think that was the centre of
He
it.
might have a slither at it, yeah. Be
Or maybe
interesting.
slightly left hand side.
Yes, I think he's just got to fit himself neatly in between the blue and the hoop, and then he takes the yellow, really.
Yeah. You could hit the blue onto the yellow as well. But I'll go off blue into yellow.
Yes.
But I think it was a bit. This is a situation where you're 2-0 down, but you can very easily string together 4 or 5 hoops in a row.
Yes, a series of good shots here.
From
Will.
3 to 4, clearance at 5, and then.
Yep, I know, that's
5,
exactly
6
what.
close together.
That's exactly what Wales have done. Yeah, I think like hoops like hoop number 4 and hoop number 10, I think are critical.
And not just to win them, but also where the balls finish after the hoop.
Yeah, and that generally speaking, if you run hoop number 4 or hoop number 10 at the first of the middle hoops, you will generally have a shorter shot to clear the first approach, which would normally have been played by Oppo, and the clearance that you do get at it will be in lawn, whereas from say 2 to 3 the clearance is longer, and the clearance on Oppo will put them to a 7-yard boundary, really.
Yeah.
So I think generally it's a lot easier to score 4 and 5 and 10 and 11 consecutively.
Absolutely. Less so 6 to 7 because 7 you go into the corner.
Yeah.
7 yarder.
Yeah, the clearance is the same concept, but that clearance into boundary is that 7-yard boundary, yes. And generally speaking, 10 and 11 are going to be, at that stage in the game, they're going to be pretty crucial. Any hoop point's crucial, I guess, but there's a lot to be said for the 10 and 11, and they can determine the outcome of a game if they're played well. So I think JP there has gone for the speculative wibble.
Yeah, not. Can't tell how good red is from here. It looks a bit of an angle.
It looks a bit steep, I think.
Black approaching from a few yards in from corner 4, just a yard short position.
Yeah.
Didn't help, otherwise we'd just clear the red.
Yes. The conditions like this are quite tricky to take position in. And whilst the lawns at present are playing very straight, very true, control of pace, especially given yesterday's pace against today's, they're generally quite difficult to just control tight positional play, especially from distances such as corner 1. That coming from somebody that's pre-pants at taking position anyway, so. That looks like he might be eyeing up the jaws, maybe? No. Oh, well, I think that could have been a bit of both. I think he might have been trying to play the clearance with a view to rolling into the hoop.
Yeah. Yellow would clear the blue, but black might not have been able to move red very well.
No. Yes, that could have been a nice outcome, but not a particularly easy shot to carry off.
Yeah, the challenge with this lawn especially is, obviously it was very fast yesterday, it's slightly slower this morning, it's going to get faster again. And the south is faster than the north.
That's because generally the south's a better place to be, Richard. Purely from my geographical bias there.
It's always nice to finish a game 7-2, isn't it?
Well, yeah, quite, and that as well. Yeah, there's nothing like running corner 9 and then just going, oh, we're in corner 4 anyway. Running hoop 9, sorry. Yeah, I like to give myself as fewer paces to walk as possible where I can, because
I don't think some of your shots would agree with that.
I don't know what you mean. So we've got a bit of a chat going on, really. They're just wondering what the best course of action is for the Welsh to capitalise on their advantage. Wide from blue is looks like a strong contender. This could potentially be a takeout on black that lands in wide from blue, which I think would be very powerful.
What would red do? Only put black on the north boundary, or maybe cut to the corner.
It depends where yellow ends up.
Maybe try rolling up to it.
Could play the snaggle, yeah.
If yellow's to the side of black, it's still got the clearance.
So yellow has opted for its. Yellow's opted for. Is that a snuggle? Because it's miles away. It might just be wide position that he knows he hasn't hit, judging by his body language. Oh, so it looks like we're seeing a bit of self-umpiring. But maybe the ball is in a former hoop hole, and the England captain's just asking it to get dug out so that it's on level ground. So it looks like JP is considering a clearance on red that stops blue pretty much bang in front of the hoop. So if the ball is sat in a... Yeah, it'd be a good outcome if it pulls off, but if the ball is sat in any sort of divot or low-lying hole or anything that makes it lower than the striker's ball, the chances of making a contact that isn't completely clean are quite high. And if that happens, JP holding control with his striker's ball will prove quite difficult. So he wants this on some fairly level ground. But yeah, it's the shot to play. Maybe fancied the double clearance instead. It looked like it might
that,
well have
or
been
maybe
yellow.
trying to cut it to blocks with yellow.
Just try and play on it. Just play
Or
dead
just
weight
fancied
to it.
his boundary ball. I think the instruction there was try and play on it, so this might just be trying to get as close to black as possible.
No.
It occurred to me as JP was lining up his shot that there would actually be quite a large area here for more or less the outcome that we've seen here, which is cutting red to a position where it can't really see, as you said, very much of black because of yellow obstructing it. Not quite. So this gives the England boys some options. With red out of position, they can take this on, or they can actually just sort of say, well, we'll just hold control, thank you. It'll put a little bit less pressure on their following hoop stroke, if they play the clearance perhaps, depending on what the turn of play, how that transpires. You could end up with a situation where black plays its clearance here on yellow, and then blue ends up clearing red a little bit later on.
That looks like the best line of play. Black has got quite an angled hoop as where it is. As you can see, yellow is virtually in line with the hoop, black's a couple of feet to the side, so it's not an easy hoop to run.
Yeah, so it's deemed to obviously have been no gimme. And so England have opted for the clearance.
Oh, look at that going sideways. That's good though.
Ian's probably attempted a
Yeah, it's perfect.
block at the hoop from there.
May have got it. JP just selecting to move the red.
Yeah.
Anyway. Jack's pretty good at jump shots.
Jack is. So that wasn't perfect contact.
No, just a bit thinner than you like.
He shifted red enough though, so red
Probably,
looks
yeah.
like it's just going to try and play a speculative block come snuggle shot.
I think I'd just be clearing that, wouldn't you?
Well, given my...
Okay, you might take the block away and you might have a hoop shot, but it's going to be 6-7 yards and maybe quite angled. If he plays the yellow, then you just come back in. You've got red to play back again anyway, if you need to. Blue's not in the picture.
I think there's a lot to be said for the attempted block. It then puts the, it gives you two decent hoop runners, and that can put enough pressure on the opponent, to play them into something like this. And these jump shots haven't been particularly easy.
But I think you've got to get quite close to stop the jump shot. That's the.
Oh yeah.
That would be the aim.
Blue isn't necessarily far away to rule out its own clearance. On red anyway, so even if black fancied its clearance on yellow, blue's good enough to make sure that it could potentially clip the red out anyway. But that's not what's transpired.
Yeah, and Ian had 2-foot hoop, trying to get down to hoop 8, but hit it too hard for taking little wires. It would have gone past hoop 8. So he's got, because he hit it harder, he's lost control and hit too much wire.
So personally, I think that off the south boundary, it would have been a better place for his ball than where it is. Obviously,
you've got a much bigger in-long clearance than if you're on the south boundary.
Yes, that's what I like about it, and the distance will be, probably a little bit shorter than where his yellow would be playing a clearance from anyway, had JP nailed position at 8.
If JP was 3 yards in front of 8, it might have been about the same length.
JP's probably looking to get a little bit closer than 3 yards in front of 8, mind you. But ultimately, I think it comes down to Ian being a little bit close enough to 7 to actually have maintained better control at 8 anyway. So I don't think he'd necessarily be off the south boundary if he'd have played it. Even being, hoop 8 high would be
good shot from Jack
good
from
enough.
The east penalty area.
Yep, I like that. Yeah, that's a decent position. So Ian's played his a bit short there, I think. And JP has capitalised on that by just taking a close position to try to maximise control at 8. Yep.
I don't know if you can see the blue or the hoop with red. Have some sort of double or other possibilities. Like that.
Oh,
looks like a good outcome.
Yeah, he's done alright there.
He's gone between the blue and the black, hit the left upright and stopped the front. So,
yeah, wow.
If it's too close for Jack to jump it with blue.
And Jack's. Yeah, I think so.
Go with the jump with black.
I think that's probably, if they're going to contemplate it, I think it's got to be black, really. I think blue is far too close.
But if blue is blocking yellow, you can just move red out of the way with black as well.
Yep. And again, there's probably, if you hit that ever so slightly on the left, there is the possibility that your ball just follows along either into the jaws or just kind of nestling in or against the hoop would be a better outcome than not holding position. So it looks like they've opted for the shot with black, which I think is a reasonable option. Yeah, I think it's a good choice, but
yeah, if you fancy it.
Yeah. That's whether or not Ian fancies now playing this blue into a wired position, which I think has got to be the one if you can see it. Oh, he's going for it. Wow, okay. Well, I'm not really sure what he's going for there.
I don't know. Well, blue and red are, if we could get it to a wide position.
Yeah, perhaps not. It might actually be closer than it looks from all the way in corner 3, which is where I am.
I think blue can just flip the red to the side. Let's hit it on the right hand side, get it to the left, he might even go into yellow.
I think so, yeah. I was just thinking he might be able to take both. Yeah, that'd be a good result.
I don't think he'd be able to stay in front, but he'd remain in close proximity.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's good enough. And again, the chaps have got to start thinking that they are facing a significant deficit, and they do need to think about maximising control at not just the hoop that they're contesting. He's done a good job of clearing both the balls. Yep. Good morning to Patricia. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're enjoying it. That is short.
No, that's
it looks all right. I don't think he looked pretty disappointed with it as it came off his mallet.
Perhaps the lawn is just speeding up a little bit, and
yeah, it could be deceptive.
Wasn't aware of that yet, or it wasn't as much as he thought.
It might be that he was seeking wide position for blue and hasn't achieved it. So while it might be a good runner,
yeah, it might be that.
I think it's probably open.
So yeah, he looks like he's lining up for clearance.
And that would suggest that he needs to defend this red ball.
Very soft.
He's
nudge.
Well, it's a bit of a promotion, really, on black. Hello from Australia. Hello from Nottingham. I'm not entirely sure who WNH is, what their initials are, but greetings. Ah, there we go. So that's all right. He's achieved objective number 1, which is clear the red. We've lost the blue ball, though. Well, they've lost the blue ball. I can see it. It's pretty much in front of me. So yeah, it's what, 4.5 yards northwest of hoop 3.
blue probably doesn't really matter that much. If red's shooting at black,
Well, it's played its block.
you lose the red, and then if black isn't there or it misses the hoop, blue doesn't need to move red next time, so it just comes back in itself. The position of blue doesn't matter that much.
Unless they go ahead and do this.
I think the reason we've gone for the block rather than the clearance is simply put the pressure on black. If black misses, blue has then got to move red again.
Yep.
If they miss the clearance, they'll be offside at 9.
So it looks like they've opted
and
for the...
they would still be first over to 9 at 5-3 up as well. So they wouldn't mind losing the hoop as well.
Yep, that's fair. So I think that is actually wide. Red at black. But it might clear through the hoop if Ian fails this, which he has. Yeah, it's a good point about the step counter players. JP's looking to work on his. Gave us a little wave in commentary corner as he made his way to his blue ball though, so that was nice. And then dutifully walked back to the hoop in contention. Here he comes again. Let's see if we can get another wave out of him. No, not this time. He's having none of that.
Red. Jump hoop and get black.
No, that's a tough one. That. No, I think you've just got to try and run this because I think it will take the black. Hello, Eliza. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for joining us. Oh wow, this is huge. Okay, so he's just tried to put a bit of forward roll on it to kind of drag it through the hoop, which has straightened it up, as these quadways do, enough to actually get it clear of the black ball completely. So it looks like Jack will be taking this on. It is a little bit further than it looks on the camera.
But they may be looking at setting up a peel, possibly.
I think that's a risky business. I don't think red is far enough away to make its jump shot particularly taxing. And if Ian plays his clearance
would Ian
from
clear
corner one,
blue and then red jumps with black in the jaws, are very powerful.
for sure.
Or would he just try and get black out with yellow?
Well, we might be about to find out.
What would you? You'd clear the blue, wouldn't you?
100%. Yep.
Because really, if you clear the black, blue's just running the hoop anyway. It's not.
Yes.
Get rid of blue, still got a shot at red.
doesn't give a whole lot away if you just make sure that you get that red ball off the ground. And then if you don't get it, then, well, you know, at least you've had a crack at it. But if you do get it, you're 6-2 up, and
Black's in the jaws.
Black's in the jaws for 9. So
So,
and this looks like the clearance of
I mean,
black. then.
unless there's a chance that it hit blue into red. Play that quite well.
It's done. Yeah, that's a good outcome. Yeah. So yellow stuck around there, and black has not. And normally those sort of clearances result in ball positions of the other way around. So normally you end up losing striker's ball, and object ball might go a fair distance, but sometimes if the hoop saps, you know, the majority of its energy away, you might only shift it a handful of yards, kind of thing. So a good result there for Wales.
But like I say, blue's in front to run the hoop straight away. I don't expect him to miss this.
No. But it takes away that tactical advantage for them, but I do just think the aggressive play there is favourable for me.
I think at 5-2 down, it's not a bad idea to go into the jaws. But I think Ian should have been clearing the blue instead.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So again today we're fortunate enough to have a couple of perspectives with the cameras that we've got set up. We've got one over here in commentary corner, which Richard is doing a good job of just panning as we go, and the main camera is manned by Mr. Good Senior. So we've got Graham Good on the camera, who, as it transpires, used to do a bit of camera work himself. So, yeah, useful chap to have around. So thanks for that, Graham. Much appreciated.
Yeah, as we said earlier, that approach from 8 to 9 is very fast. The red and black are actually quite good. They're slightly short, but
Yeah, I
definitely
think red's a good
runnable.
one.
But yellow has gone a little bit too far.
Yeah. Nevertheless, red's position is forcing England captain to making an attempt on a clearance, which hasn't quite come off.
He's hit some really good shots in this game so far. They must have just missed by a fraction. But I think if red's good enough to move, then I'd be shooting with the first ball. Because as we saw yesterday, the red goes to the side boundary, it's only got a 7-yard return.
Yep. Well, I don't know. I think at 5-3 down, I think it is still good to just put a ball in. I think you do need to. Yeah, I think they did the right thing by putting the.
Yeah, but you can put the second ball in, can't you?
Yes. Well, I suppose, but yeah, then that depends on the outcome of the clearance, really.
I think if I shoot with the first ball, I hit it great. But if I miss, I'm still putting the second ball in position.
Yeah, but if you hit it, and
unless the red is really good,
if you flick them the wrong way round, I don't think it gives enough control than the first ball in and the second ball clearing does from a team's perspective. But it looks like we're in the position here where red has opted for a jaws as opposed to.
Yeah, perhaps it was a little bit hampered by black. Didn't completely fancy the hoop shot.
Yeah, maybe.
But he's still a little bit more gentle than I was expecting. Perhaps turned onto the near wire, just bounced off it. I don't know if it's runnable or not.
Yeah.
So Black elected just to move the red behind the hoop instead of jumping it, which I thought was not a bad idea. Blue could always have cleared the red if he didn't get it, but control with jump shots is not easy, so hoop's head won't spin.
No, it'd be very difficult to...
as guaranteed as they would like if you get a nice hoop shot down to 10.
No, for sure. But again, if you play a reasonable enough jump shot that sends you to the north boundary, that's better control than they could potentially end up with if say for instance now Jack might be in a position here where he has to take that 7-yarder on, and you'll probably get less control at 10 from running a 7-yarder than you would from running that jump shot.
2 feet to it.
Yeah. So it looks like Ian's just going to play his block here. Yep, reasonable shot if it comes off. I think that's the one. Hi, Dusan. Thanks for your question. The answer to that, in my opinion, would be it depends. So I think the scenario that you've painted is that you've got two players playing one another, one of which is a strong positional player and an average shot, and the other is a strong shot and an average positional player, which sounds vaguely familiar. I would argue that it depends which one of the strong players turn up and play their better game. If the strong shot turns up and doesn't really miss very much, I'd back them every time. If the strong positional player turns up, does their thing, and the shooter isn't quite on it, then the positional player will win every time. But if the shooter is on, there's not really a lot that the positional player can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, if the shooter can never take position, they'll just go off the boundary every time and run the 7-yard hoop all game, if they're that good at the shooting.
Yep.
And then all the positional player could do is try and block it, hope they miss the jump, or keep jaws in it.
Agreed. Yeah. So, yeah, I do think it depends. Well, crikey. The angle on that is outrageous. So yeah, we saw a situation there where Jack felt forced into taking on his 7-yard hoop attempt by virtue of Chris playing what looked like a rather nice block, black on yellow. So the hoop attempt didn't quite come off, and so Ian was given his trivial hoop, which has just come out of this quadway. That's some mad angle. And yeah, so here he is, like, what, a yard and a half off the west boundary? East, sorry, yeah.
West boundary would be very unusual.
It'd have been even harder to get to, yeah. Yeah, I was never particularly good with the points of a compass, so side boundary is normally my go-to, followed by a point. So that one is generally the way that I describe them, but it's quite hard on a live stream to just go, oh, that one. But yeah, good, yard and a half off the east boundary. 4 yards north of penalty point.
The Blues trying to get a very tight position at hoop 10, but it's gone past.
Over-egged it, just a pinch.
Right, it's level 10.
Let's see if we can see what's going on. So we'll just have a reshuffle with our commentary box and camera. Ian has attempted the wibble and hasn't quite come off. Well, it has come off, but come off the outside wire. So JP now just eyeing up the spot that blocks red at hoop. Scoreline being 6-3. We've got a ref call on lawn, the third lawn from here. So Richard is going to go and see to that. So yes, the scoreline to me is probably further justification for black ball taking its jump shot at 7. At 9. You can tell I'm quite disorientated with the orientation of the lawn. Yes, black taking on its jump would be the be the shot for me, I think, earlier on. But here we are at hoop 10, so it looks like black has got an opportunity to just play clearance on red. Nicely done. So black holds control well. Red is north of 10. It's just a good solid shot though. Let's have a look and see what's going on. The other one, yeah. So, yeah, decent outcome there for the England boys. Ian opting for gentle play, yellow at blue. So it looks like blue is trying to roll in on the line between red and black. Perhaps not. This is a hoop attempt. Yeah, nice shot. It's a mid-pace hoop attempt. Runs it well. It's a good shot from there as well, because if JP now has to play a clearance at 11, it's about 6.5 yards shorter than it would have been if that had run to the boundary. So yeah, it's a good outcome, that. So red's first approach to 11. It's okay, I think. It's giving the England boys a bit to think about. Arguably what they're thinking is, where can I put this where it's most jumpable. Commentators today are me, Toby Savage, and Richard Bilton. Richard's just disappeared off to tend to a ref call on lawn 8, so I'm here on my own. So Jack's position's pretty decent. Not a whole lot of need to go perhaps as deep as they have. Let's put Ian off his clearance on black, of course. I don't think it's a totally bad outcome if they play it, so playing a little bit closer with black might be the option for me. Let's see if JP can nail his clearance, which he has.
Yeah, try and move this, Chris. Move black. Yeah.
So I'll just go and reposition the commentary corner camera. In the meantime, Chris attempting his clearance with red. Not quite coming off. So a nice opportunity here for Jack to run hoop 11. Tough luck. So not to be on that one. Ian now shooting for game 1. Moderately angled, but it's not bad. Yep, that'll do. That is enough. So that is 7-4 in favour of Wales. Game 1. So it looks like no, we'll have a quick reprieve. So yeah, players will just take a few moments just to rehydrate. JP will probably go and reapply sun cream again. For the 5th time today. And in the meantime, I will just see if I can get any further updates. Richard's on his way back now, so hopefully he might have some scores updates for the other 2 doubles matches. Any idea how the other matches are shaping up? Ah, that'd be a no then. I might be able to have a look on my mobile. So the adjacent lawn, we have Scotland versus Wales. Scotland are playing the red and yellow balls, and there is a red clip on the peg. So Scotland are game up, and that is Wright Dewar versus Walters Jenkins. Scotland are game up, and they are 3-2 up in game 2. On the far lawn, we have Scotland versus England, and that is Murray versus Wade Burridge Jr., Burridge E. And we have 2 clips on 8.
It looks like the 4-0 up in this game, but there's no clips on the peg, so I don't know. It can't be game 1.
Well, steady on. Yes, so that, yeah, that's right. So the England boys are 4-0 up. So yeah, hopefully that'll be game 2. Morning, Eugene. Thank you. Reshuffle the commentary camera again, point it at 1 in anticipation.
Left of it, I think.
back again. Happy to return work calls on a Sunday. That's not on, is it? Thanks for the commentary. How is the winner of the tournament determined? So this is the home internationals, and so what happens is each nation is essentially playing a test against one another. So we have England, Scotland and Wales, and they are all playing the other nations, and whoever wins the most tests or matches will be determined the winner of the competition.
Yeah, so the number of tests could be 2, 1, 0, it could be 1 each, and that's when you go to the number of matches.
So Richard, being the manager, will probably be able to tell you how many doubles and how many singles each nation will play.
So each test is made of 3 doubles and 6 singles matches. 2 doubles and 4 singles are where the players play the opposite number, and then there's a doubles and 2 singles of one playing the next one down or up.
Mm-hmm. So quite a bit of play over the course of the weekend.
Balls are quite close to hoop 1 already. He's lining up his clearance.
Oh yeah.
He's stepped right from it straight away. So I think all 3 balls we can run the hoop.
You don't often see a situation like this where they get so close, do they?
Not from 20 yards away.
Right. So rather uncharacteristic hoop failure from the England captain, leaving the door wide open for red.
It didn't like a bad shot, it just caught the near upright first.
Yeah, I think it's got to come out like that, which perhaps is a perceived advantage of the Atkins hoops that we're using today, is that they are much less forgiving if your hoop stroke isn't quite as accurate as it could be.
I don't think that would have gone through on any hoop, to be honest, just using the left wire match straight. Although actually the quad ways can make them bounce back into position quite nicely.
Yeah, some of the
other
projections
hoops
are...
gone to the side.
Yeah. Or some other hoops that might have just centreballed near wire and then skidded in. But yeah, like you said, some hoops will reject. So that is 3 consecutive hoop failures. Gotta love the quadways. Speaking of quadways, they play them quite a lot in New Zealand. We've had greetings from Felix Webby. Good to see you. Good morning. Good evening for you. Doing well, thanks. Hope you're all right, and thank you for the kind words on the commentary coverage. So, it's a pleasure to be here. Yep, I like coming to Nottingham. It's a nice place. I've not come to this side of Nottingham as it looks in its current state before, so it's nice to see how this half of the club has developed. It's a nice setting, picturesque setting. Could do with binning off the main road, but other than that, it's a great place to be.
Not a lot we can do about that.
No. Anyway, yonder of the main road's quite nice. We've got a nice, waterway running. Well, unless you're Will G and like to bury your ball in it. The waterway is quite a nice feature. The university in the distance, which is a nice picturesque building if you're into that sort of thing.
Of the lake.
That's the one.
Which is also the picture of the Trent building we've got on our kind of advert for the event.
That's unfortunate. So I think the still you're referring to is that one.
Yes, that's it. That's the Trent building over the lake. That's the path between the 2 sides of the club.
Yeah, it's a nice setting to have a croquet club, that's for sure. So we've just seen the unfortunate circumstance there of Chris Roberts attempting his clearance and doing no more than knocking it into the jaws of one. So that's rather unfortunate, but it looks like the players aren't content with how firm this hoop is in the ground, and are just looking to get a mallet to give it a bit of a tap into the ground. I usually make the joke when Ian's in earshot that his mallet will do the trick, but he can watch it over the live stream instead. So Jack Good, being deemed the youngest and most sprightly character on the lawn, gets sent off to grab the mallet.
Didn't need much hitting there.
Not a whole lot. 2 nice firm taps on either screw of the quadway, which is generally not the way to do it, I think. A nice firm pat on the crossbar should do a bit of a better job. There's only so much tension that those screw threads will take, so I don't think hitting them with a mallet is generally a good idea, but I'm not an engineer.
Also, doesn't it push the hoop in sideways and widen the holes?
I suppose it can do all sorts of funny things like that. Yeah. Yes, thanks. Thanks for that, Eugene.
Yeah, try and get better than me.
It's definitely warmer than yesterday. When I got here this morning, about 8:15, it was about 20 degrees.
Yeah, I
About
think
5 more than yesterday.
registered something along the lines of that on the car on the way in, so
It's warmer than that now, obviously,
yeah.
but we're nicely stuck in the shade.
We have got a gazebo over our heads, which is doing the trick. It might need to be shifted.
I think it's
little
forecast to be about
soon.
30. Last time I
30?
looked. Although I think Monday and Tuesday are maybe 35, 36.
Yeah. I can tell you that for nothing. It's going to be difficult to start running trains in that weather. Not looking forward to going back to work on Monday.
We've actually been doing a bit of research at work on when the track gets quite hot.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Richard and I work in industries that are very similarly related, tied together. So I am a train driver, and Richard works for a company that manufactures the tracks. So he knows a lot about track work and infrastructure, and I know a lot about the things that run over the top of them. Well, I don't know a lot about them. I just know how to make them go forwards.
And hopefully stop.
Yeah, well, occasionally, yeah.
You don't need to turn it, that's what the rails are for.
Yeah, there's no steering wheel in the cab of a train, that's for sure. I don't have to indicate either, and I'm an Audi driver, so that suits me fine.
To become a tram driver, they have to indicate.
I didn't know that. No. Do they have to? Is it mandatory, or do they just do it when and if they please?
Whenever they leave the stop, they indicate right, for example, and probably when they change lines as well.
That makes sense. Yeah, but they interfere with
Road
cars
traffic
and
and
pedestrians.
pedestrians.
And all that, yeah. We've got a couple of comments. What's the temperature? I think we just covered that one.
That's why I said it.
Nice one. Hi Chris, thanks very much. Yeah, we've in amongst the CA streaming gear we've got a mixing desk, and it does a very good job of being able to control which mic's outputting what. So we've got it's much easier to get a fair balance of what the audio is supposed to sound like. So yeah, it's really good stuff here. It's quite streamlined as well. The kit is actually not. It looks quite daunting, But when you actually know kind of what goes where, what does what, and why it does it, there's not really a whole lot to get on top of and to get set up. So yeah, it's not quite as mobile as some of the streaming options that are out there, but for the level of quality that you can get from the cameras and the clarity you can get from the audio, this is a tremendous setup. I'm very impressed, and credit to Eugene and the gang for putting it together.
Interesting by the shot JP's just played, clear in red, surely comes back in and yellow gets to blue. I think if you leave red where it was, go quite deep from it and wire from yellow perhaps, that might be a better chance.
I think you might be right. Yeah. Yes, I think they've made a bit of work for themselves. Blue is in the vicinity of 2, but the...
Probably not for that much longer.
No, indeed.
The black's literally in corner 4 next to the flag.
We have, yellow ball. Black ball, yeah. More or less buried in corner 4. So we could see this hoop go in favour of the Welsh, but it depends whether or not Ian actually plays a proper clearance, or just hits this 3 yards,
7 yards away.
Yeah. So my criticism of Ian yesterday was contesting hoop 13 with JP. He had a nice opportunity to thump JP in lawn from the 7-yard boundary, and turned it down and just kind of wibbled him away 5 yards. JP then nailed his return clearance, put himself on the north boundary, ran 13 from where he played his clearance. Now if Ian had played a much firmer in-lawn clearance
to south boundary kind of length,
I think it might have been a different story. So I've been sure to tell Ian exactly how I feel. And we might see him play this with a little more gusto.
Doesn't like it, isn't it, hard?
Doesn't look like a big thrash, does it?
Going for the blue.
So he's gone for... I don't know. Shot of the peg there, maybe? Just not convinced by that at all, really. His argument in his defence for the hoop 13 situation was that there was perhaps a possibility that red wasn't... his defending hoop ball wasn't quite as easy as he'd have liked it to have been. And that could well be the same case here with red. So whilst it may well have been no gimme, I do just think you do need to play these shots to defend a hoop stroke. It looks like, for one reason or another, Ian's turned 2 down now. Good morning, Paul. Thank you for joining us. It's a lovely day here. A gentle breeze as well, which is actually quite welcome. Not enough to interfere with the audio gear, just enough to keep the edge off the temperature. On come the thinking caps.
Or off Mrs. Cake.
Yeah. Yes. What do you think we're going to see here then? Interesting choice.
Just moving a bit out of the way. He's going to be blocking yellow dupe shot, or certainly retaining position with black. Blue's obviously got a nice clearance on red now as well.
Yeah.
He did have, but
It did have.
still got the shot, assuming black not in the way.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice. And I think those sort of shots are underrated.
Yeah.
Where you just play those, you know, just shift the ball a little bit to enable you to get a better
leave it where it
clearance
is
for the second ball.
Put blue in front, wide from yellow. But perhaps red is quite straight.
What do we have
Like
from cameras
positional
here?
angle.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's more angled than it looks from this corner.
I don't think I'd have been happy to leave it there and put blue in. Maybe it's that kind of situation. If you get blue wide from yellow, you force red to some sort of in off black.
Yeah, so that's a nicely played clearance. Red has stayed just past halfway between what would be hoop 7 and the north boundary. So we'll see the England captain giving Jack a spot wired from red, I'd suspect. Yep. Positive affirmation there from JP to suggest that he's got the spot. You've got to be thinking about this promote, haven't you?
You have now if black's gone as good as it has.
AC players are generally quite good at this sort of shot as well. So I think, you know, Ian plays enough high-level AC to be quite confident at that sort of promote. But I think I'd have been probably concentrating more on getting it runnable than just being able to clear the black. I think you want at least
I think
one
that's
runner.
okay because blue doesn't look at it where it is. If it was runnable, you probably actually end up with a longer clearance than it has. And that was JP hits.
Yeah, that's fine, but I would be more inclined to be trying to force my opponent to be shooting at that sort of thing than now having two balls in front. So as it stands,
In a way, the only problem is the yellow's still behind and blue could get wide from that.
yeah. So if that's what's happened here, then that's a far worse outcome than blue shooting at red because it's a hoop runner.
Yeah.
That's too hard. So Chris has played in for the block.
Wasn't really telling me if the yellow can see blue or not. If you're trying to block back before black just moves red out of the way, if it's white.
Tough luck. So a tricky shot there with blue hampering black's backswing.
I think yellow can...
That's coming through the back, I think. So JP fancying his jump shot here, but whilst it's not necessary, in terms of scoring the point. It'd be a happy bonus if you can leave the yellow behind. So yellow isn't completely in the jaws of what would be hoop 7, but it would be enough to make its approach from 2 to 3 very difficult. So
yes, the wire is in the way of getting in front of 3, but also the far wire is in the way of the mallet.
The swing, yeah.
So you probably only get halfway on the north boundary, hitting back through the back of the hoop.
Yeah. So hopefully the necessity for yellow would be to clear black anyway, because that might be. I know, not after it takes. Well, red just needs to. Oh no, it looks like they've turned that down anyway, so we won't see much of that. Yep, just get it through was the philosophy. So that's nicely done. So that gives England a 2-0 lead, game 2.
Which of course they had in game 1 as well.
Yes, we've been here before.
That's a nice shot from Chris. A little bit short,
Time to
touch
consider
3.
moving the gazebo for me, I think.
Yes, maybe.
I might do that now before it causes too much trouble for the players as they make their way towards 3.
I don't want to hit it as hard as you want, just a steady, draw. It made the going through noise, I think.
So I had a little shuffle with the shade there. So in the meantime, red's jaws, black has attempted its jump. JP just wondering if there's much that he can do. Outcomes for a shot like that, that's for sure.
There's no way it was.
Yeah, it's much better than that. Yeah. So obviously, red in the draws there gives away, essentially concedes first approach. This is not guaranteed to be in that position, but yeah, I think for me, giving
Get
it a bit
past
more
halfway
pace.
at least.
Yeah, no. Richard, referee, please.
So Richard has been called on to referee the shot that Chris has had to play as a result of his hoop 3 hoop stroke. So yeah, I think personally the hoop was played at a pace that hasn't really achieved a great deal.
Yeah, you either go back in the drills if the balls were situated ideally, or you go down to the next hoop.
Yeah. Yep, I agree, and that was kind of halfway between the two and just achieved neither.
There's a lot of reassurance, and that bit was okay.
What is the outcome of the shot?
Okay.
That's another one of those, is just trying to nudge the blue out of the way, red in front. You need to get blue to the side of the court.
Yeah, if you've got... Yeah. Yeah, with red where it is, I don't understand why that's been played so gently. Now, JP's a good player. You need to send him.
Colonies, yes.
Or, yeah. Yeah, sorry, mate.
You said that about as soon as you.
Yeah, speaking of good player, we're joined in the commentary box by Ewan Burridge.
Good morning, everybody. Am I right in saying? I think you can, yeah.
Am I right in saying you can rest your arm on your leg in the new rules?
Yeah, in GC, not in AC, I think.
I'm not a ref, so I will defer to
Richard,
my colleagues on that one, yes.
can you answer the question, Richard, or are you able to, under the new rules, rest your arm on your leg?
As far as I'm aware. Yeah.
Righto.
I think so. Do you support the doubles? One all? Back over some singles? Or just double?
You might as well finish. He's still got
Yeah, they're at hoop 4 or
hoop
something.
4, maybe. He's a bit one off, I don't know yet.
Mm.
So we're joined in commentary corner by Aston Wade,
Hello, everybody.
England extraordinaire, and Ewan Burridge, England player.
Hey, that's blocked Blue's hoop. That's what I'd be thinking.
Blues hoop.
Yeah, Blue's. Oh, it hasn't blocked Blue's hoop, but is red blocking Blue's hoop?
I'm not convinced it's a priority, because if black doesn't make this clearance, blue is not going to get another shot at hoop 4.
Are you saying that the wibbler is not going to have a wibble here? This is going to be a clean hoop, is it?
Well, it wasn't clean last game. Yeah.
Well, we shall see.
I reckon this is going to be through by a foot without touching a wire. That's the pace it's going to be.
I think that's the best place to be putting it. Yeah, I agree. Yep, we had a similar situation at 10 in the last game, where England captain JP Mobley ran 10 by as little as he could to just minimise the length of his clearance from 10 to 11, and it looks like Ian has played to the same shot, 4 to 5.
I'm not entirely sure that was the first thing on his mind. I think that was his normal hoop shot.
Well, you'd know more than me, so...
Yeah, I think that stays in the jaws if it doesn't quite hit the perfect bit.
Okay.
There's a nice shot from JP from 14 yards away.
We are going to have to see yellow pull out a slightly harder clearance than it did from the side boundary at this hoop.
Well, yeah,
That's
hopefully
true.
he actually plays it with some
Well, he
some
did in
modicum
he
of
did in the
pace.
previous game, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
This exact shot, and he hit it centre ball, didn't he?
Yes,
Yeah,
he did.
and that was after black missed from 7 yards.
Yeah.
Black's in corner 4 this game.
Well, it's still not his usual, animosity when he, wants to welly a clearance, is it?
No?
So, that's what I'd be giving it. Because in the event that you just clip it,
You want to be able to move at a decent ball.
yeah, if you play
I
a
like this
15-yard pace,
This is a technique I've seen JP doing in doubles a lot this season. I haven't seen it before, but he
because he normally
gives,
plays with me and I don't
gives
need
a
it.
full line.
No, he doesn't. Because he normally plays with me and he knows I'm hopeless at taking position and
Doesn't bother.
doesn't waste his time.
That's not a block. Oh, this is a long stalk. This is the longest stalk of all time, perhaps. 12-yard stalk.
No, I've seen longer.
Yeah, I've seen.
He's just coming into
15.
shot now. He's still 6 yards away.
So he's looking to clear this yellow,
Blue.
clear blue with yellow, some distance. Oh, so that's
And
actually
he's
quite
got it.
hard.
Did it
Yeah,
go
that's
in
a good
off?
pace.
No.
It was close to the hoop. You
That's
see,
good.
now if Chris can run 5 and 6 in the same shot, yellow's
Yeah.
fairly decent for 7.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
He will need to hit it a bit harder than he hit hoop 3 though. If he
Well,
wants to run it
yeah.
through 5 and 6 and 1.
Yes. Well, I think I'd be less concerned on running 5 and 6 and more just trying to get his ball
Run 5.
in the vicinity of 6. Yeah.
Or run 5 is the first.
Or even run 5.
step.
Yeah, that's priority number 1.
Anyway, JP's got the shot first. I think he's hit.
And that
in the
is
middle.
absolutely on the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cracker.
And I think that they
So all
might
this
take
talk of
position
taking
here.
control at 7 is out the window.
Well, I think Chris will take position tight here. You see, this is the correct way to show your partner where to bonk the ball. That's not reaching.
I don't think there's much wrong with showing a line on which to play.
That gets a clap from Mr.
That's
Tibble.
fairly good. Yep. Chairman of the GC selectors is pleased with that one, but I'm not convinced that
It's going to matter too
And
much
that's-
when Jack
that
has a look and runs straight through. That was
Chris's eligibility for Wales also rules him out of much that the GCSE has jurisdiction over anyway. So, but nevertheless, Lionel's pleased. That's what we like to see.
It's nice to see him on this beautiful Sunday, catching his 36 degrees potentially.
Yeah, it'll be quite something out there.
Wales look to be fairly in control of the match now.
Well,
2 all,
let's
2
not get
balls
carried
in
away.
front.
Control of the
Well, we
match.
said
is-
that it's this hoop last game. So,
And they won 7-3, didn't they?
What, Wales? No, 7-4.
7-4, was it? Oh, maybe he needs to hit that full pace.
No, I think the mid-pace clearance is the right thing to do there.
Yeah, I think Chris might fancy the jaws here. He seems to be
Yeah.
quite keen to pop things in the jaws. Last time he ran it 9 inch, didn't he? In the last game.
Yeah.
He did, yeah, that's
After
right.
trying to jaws it, so he'll be hoping not to have the same again. Yeah, that's good.
That's a much better outcome than his.
Now they can start thinking about winning 5 and 6 and getting at least a control of 6.
Well, yes, but
Jack's got a shot here.
in JP being, a strong, international player, if Ian decides to, hello, that is
That
perfectly
works.
struck.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's much of an advantage for playing, for the draws of 5 and then down to 6, because if a good player like JP just goes halfway anyway, there's no point in thinking, oh, look at me, I've got this, because if you run 5 down to 6 and then JP just plays his clearance with peg high anyway. So
That wasn't the intention I was thinking about. I was thinking about Jack not being able to hit that, and then Yellow playing to halfway. Then you've got your ball at halfway. Chris runs down, and Yellow's in complete control of any ball that's in the vicinity.
Well, maybe, but we've seen a situation before where England doubles partnerships have played halfway against Wales and then conceded the hoop. So
Yeah.
it
It wasn't
just
ideal.
saying.
I blame my partner for that one.
I'm not sure your partner agrees. Stony silence. It's deafening.
There we go.
Nice shot.
That's very good.
2 balls in. Jack
Yeah.
needs to hit now. That Yellow is good enough for Ian, I think. Look for Black hitting this. Let's hope he hits. There's a chance of getting both of them here.
Well, one step at a time.
Slicks
It's
the
interesting.
Yellow will be interested in the jaws now, I think. Maybe blue.
Good enough to not
Going
immediately
blue.
concede the hoop, but I think you've just got to take your clearance on blue here and have done with it.
Well, yeah.
The question is, do you play it with control,
I
or
think-
do you just welly it to? You just attempt to hide it behind 4.
I
I think
think
that's a
you
bit of a
play
curse.
it.
I think I'll just go for the corner fault.
No, I think it's put it behind 4 and come off the right hand side of the middle, and you stick within 5 yards of this hoop as well. I think that's going to be the aim.
No, I think you've either got to try and cut it wide or centre ball it and stay close. So he's opted for centre balling and staying close.
Well, I think the cut wire almost would have had yellow in the right place anyway, going a little bit straighter. But red's not perfect here, so not all's lost for England.
Well, no, but if you attempt a clearance here and miss, red's all over the jaws again, and your clearance from behind is much more difficult than the one that, although Jack's was very difficult and he played it well, so that's a cracking shot. But
Well, you don't know yet. Red could easily roll onto a wire, roll too far through.
Blue's got to do something here to put the pressure on. You can't just give them his jaws.
This has got to be mid pace at red. He's taking position. Where's he going to take position? Fairly deep. That looked like it took a bobble off the mallet face.
That is fairly deep.
Straight though. I think Chris will be trying to run this now, won't he? Well, jaws still works, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course it does. Because black's then got to play its clearance on
Yeah.
yellow.
I'm not sure what do you think the blue's shot there?
Needs to be closer, I think.
It's about
But
2.5
what's
yards.
the intention of it anyway?
Well, do
He's
exactly what I said and
hoping-
put the pressure on.
That black's gonna. You're sort of banking on black hitting a.
I think I'd be trying to play it a little bit closer so that the jump is easier, you're further from yellow, and there is always that danger that yellow plays its clearance of blue onto red.
This has got a chance. Good shot. So now yellow has a shot at blue to effectively win the hoop.
Yep.
Because red is
Red is good
red
where
is a
it is.
long way through.
I think I'd just be running the hoop though, get the jaws and go down to 6.
Yeah, but the different people play differently, Richard. That's not.
Yeah,
That's
of
not
course they do. I'm
Chris's
just saying.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
It
you'd
wasn't
be running it.
It wasn't a deep hoop or an angle hoop.
No, it was a yard and a half, relatively straight. Oh, he hates it. Bevel probably. So now JP's got a 2.5, 3 yard jump to...
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wholly wrong with just running the hoop with red.
No, absolutely. He does need to run this.
And we might see why.
He's peeled that.
He's played the peel.
Yeah. He didn't actually make contact with the ball.
No, he didn't.
No, so blue is offside.
Oh no, ran the hoop. Of course, the
Yeah,
point.
it was in. It was
Oh,
in
he
a
has
hoop
peeled it
running,
as well,
It was
isn't
in
it?
a
Yeah.
hoop running stroke.
If red is through, then that is the case. But if it isn't, then
Red's definitely through. Maybe you go out a bit.
we do.
Changing the score. It's not bad. They would have liked that another yard, wouldn't they?
So if it goes through or not?
Blue has been shifted to.
What do you
Maybe
think?
red
We'd
didn't.
probably
Maybe
use
red hadn't quite gone through.
Probably 3 or 4 GC tournaments a year using quadway hoops.
Hopefully, it'll be more in the coming years. It would have been nice if we'd have been able to get them at Southwick.
Yeah.
Because they've recently invested in a rather large amount of hoops, and they host quite a few tournaments. So it would have been quite nice to see them kitted out with them. Nevertheless, the CA does have a set of. I think they've got 8 now. Is it? That
8 if they acquire these ones.
I think the jump shots, to answer your question, Chris, the players are having to hit jump shots much harder to actually get any elevation, and then obviously the power they're having to hit them at, loss of accuracy, combined with the tighter quadways rather than Hopewells, which tend to be a bit wider at the top, is causing a lot of inside wires on jump shots, and they're not going through. But agreed, they have been not brilliant, which was always expected, I think, pre-event. England team were made well aware that jump shots weren't going to be easy.
So that ties the two questions quite nicely in together, I think. It looks like it might be a combination of both the particularly difficult lawn conditions and the quadway hoops, which are making the jump shots a little bit difficult. So it would be quite nice to see quadways rolled out a little bit more.
Yeah. And what's making the lawns hard is not particularly the pace, it's just the firmness of the ground. The top level of ground is solid as a rock, and you've basically got to hit down about as hard as you can to actually generate any elevation. As we saw last week at the Nottingham Championship, people taking jump shots and then not getting off the ground.
Conditions like that shouldn't affect jump shots that we've seen, quite a few of that have failed, because it's only really the bounce that's making a big difference.
Yeah, but
so
you
jump
haven't
shots
hit it a lot
themselves.
You haven't hit it a lot harder to actually get it in the air in the first place, and you lose your accuracy when you hit it harder. That's the thing I'm trying
Maybe
to...
you do.
Well,
Not everybody does.
I think that the number of jump shots missing the hoop or flicking the outside of the wire comes back to how hard players are having to hit them.
Yeah,
Personally,
that's
I've been
fair.
having to hit the jump. Yeah, I think Aston would probably agree that you're having to probably hit them 2 or 3 times harder than you would at normal conditions, and a complete loss of accuracy at that point. And you'll probably see the players that have played here this week, when they travel to the next tournament, probably take a few games to get used to the conditions there, because it's going to be
Constantly jumping hoops.
Yeah, I mean, a 2-yard straight jump here is the equivalent of a boundary jump at Southwick at the moment. Literally, that's the power you're hitting them at.
I
so
thought it was just like half as much again, not 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
I really don't think it's...
Perhaps I don't go for as long jumps as you do.
No, yeah, that's probably it. But
Oh,
part of it.
That's
Richard's
an unfortunate
enjoying the
outcome,
fact that Tudor just cleared partner.
after flicking opponent.
Yeah. I think that third game it's looking like it's going to be 2-1 to Wales in the game between Angharad and Tudor versus Lorna and Stephen Wright.
So to sum up, I think the general feeling is that perhaps the harder you hit the ball, the less straight it tends to go, which is causing some of the jump shots that we've seen attempted come off outside wire or miss the hoop entirely.
Yeah, I think we will see a couple of 1 yard straight jumps sailing the hoop entirely, Chris, at South Wicket. Could be quite amusing for the first few games until everyone gets their eye back in, really.
But again, it's not the case for everyone. It's all down to technique, isn't it? So.
Yeah, you've got a better success rate at 5 yard jumps than you have 2.
In normal conditions.
Either.
Yeah, not very good at 2 yard ones because I struggle to aim at them, but the 5 yard ones you get a better. No, I think that you don't have to worry you can just play your comfortable pace at 5 yards on a normal lawn. You don't have to worry about going over the hoop, whereas if I'm standing 2 yards away, I've got to be concerned about, first of all, getting over the ball, and second of all, not hitting the crossbar. Which makes it tricky.
Get good. Speaking of good, that's a rather nice shot from Mobley. Not good.
Not good. Anyway, I'd love to see Toby have a go at jumping. He keeps bashing everyone's poor jumping over the last 2 days, but he hasn't actually stepped on the lawn himself.
I'm not convinced that's fair. I haven't really bashed anyone's poor jumping, have I?
I don't know.
No,
You've been claiming that if anyone had any technique, they'd be able to do them, and that you don't have any differences in quality the harder you hit the ball.
It's just such a pity I've left my mallet at home. Yeah, I think turning up the South Wicket ballooning the hoop is entirely possible. I witnessed Harry Dodge, who was not a particularly hard hitter. He cleared hoop 1 from the boundary in an attempted bouncing bomb, which I thought was simply spectacular.
Yeah, a similar thing happened when I turned up to Colchester this year for the East Anglian Championship. On the day before in the warm-up, I went for a jump and it virtually flew the hoop, so I decided that it was pretty long jumping conditions that week. The world record was on.
That's like playing on a trampoline though, isn't it, Colchester?
Yeah, apparently so. Black and blue just deciding what to do. Can we switch to the other camera, see if the black has a hoop shot?
Might need a bit more zoom to give that one away.
I think it does have a hoop shot. I would suggest it's going to be a jump if it wants to be on the hoop from that angle. Jack having a go at something. Okay, so I think the intention of that was to clear red out of the way, leaving blue a rush to put black back in front, based off the reactions of both players very much.
I'm not sure. I don't think they'd have put too much thought into that.
I think they would have done because they've got to find a way to win the hoop, Toby.
Well, they do, but I don't think that's it. I don't think that's what would have gone through their minds.
Yeah, you do just have to hit them hard and flat, but to hit them hard and flat, you actually have to hit into the ground more than you would on a normal hoop. Yeah, Chris, I don't know whether you remember that game, but you seemed to win, didn't you, in your first game in 3 years with that club mallet?
I hope that's on the rankings.
I don't think it is. I wish it was, though. Extra 10% point loss for using club mallets.
So what do we reckon here? Nice steady centre ball. Yep. So that could be, again, much the same sort of tactic as we discussed earlier, where one ball just has a little soft-paced clearance and the other ball grants itself an in-lawn clearance as a result. So that's what we might have just seen there. It's going to force Jack to play at something.
So just thinking,
like
Ian and Chris won both their matches yesterday against the Scottish number 1 and the English number 2. They couldn't make it 3 out of 3.
Not sure that's the case. Oh, so you're talking about the doubles matches? Not
Doubles matches, yeah.
I thought you were talking about the singles matches, yeah.
So that's unfortunate for
Hands
the Welsh.
and arms can rest on anything now. Me and Richard were correct. Toby needs to read his rule book.
Toby's not a ref, so Toby doesn't really need to read this rule.
I'm not a ref either, but it's quite useful to know what the rules are so that you can know whether you're going to play a fault. It is quite an important thing to know.
I just don't play shots like that, is the answer.
You just play sweeps and...
I haven't got a mallet that's short enough to
sweeps.
facilitate that sort of play.
Well, maybe you should factor that in the future when you next get your next PFC mallet, no doubt.
I quite like mine. Mine's
It's a bit beaten by now.
I don't think it is. I take good care of it.
Unlike some.
Well, I don't drop it on the crown of hoop 5, that's for sure. So anyway, back to the croquet.
Do you think blue's wide from red? It doesn't look like it, but yellow's always got the option just to nudge it.
Even if it's not now, it will be
Jack's
later.
having a go, and he's hit
Sharp.
both. Yellow's still got the option to nudge red in front.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to do
No,
it.
again, just take wide position from black. You're obsessed with taking the wrong option, aren't you?
You've got to take wide. Okay. You've got to take wide position from both balls if you're going to take wide position.
He's aiming at the red though.
Yeah. It's funny that, isn't it? That I know what his tactics are going to be like.
He's not played it very well though. has he?
We had a mallet in the air
yeah.
there. I
The
believe
body
that's
language
just- Is that described as loss of control of mallet?
No, I don't think so.
Caught it easily.
Yeah.
It's off camera as well.
It was off camera.
Nobody saw anything.
No. I think red just about runs. It's certainly Jaws's. Get a bit of zoom on that.
Yeah, that does need to come in a bit, I think. Yes. Yeah, I think it's all right. Perhaps not the position you'd have wanted it, but yeah, take your wide position.
I'm not convinced that going wide from black there would be the right thing to do. Blue hits it with mid-pace, blue stops at the peg, black and blue have now got control of the hoop, whereas the position, if he played that shot correctly, which he didn't quite, they were absolutely dominating the hoop. Look, if JP played that after yellow had gone wide from black, then blue and black are in control. Well, a level of control they wouldn't otherwise have.
I just don't see it myself.
I mean, they've already a little bit back into the hoop as it is.
Yeah. But if this goes wide from black, and then yellow achieves its block on blue.
That's not wide from black. It doesn't run the hoop.
It might do.
Yeah, that's a steep angle that Ian's walking away from that red from. I think that is quite tricky.
It looks pretty tricky on the. So this is
That is
not good.
Terminal, I think.
Yeah. Now I think yellow can go wide from black.
Oh, okay.
I think it might be the right shot now. It needs to not be dead straight in front though, which that isn't. You get a quick other angle. See if that whereabouts the two angles of those balls are.
Not from here we come.
Yeah, yellow's good enough. So what's this going to be now? It's got to be a shot of yellow, hasn't it?
It's going to be the in off.
Mid-pace of yellow.
Cheeky in off.
No, you can hit black here.
That's not made contact with very many croquet balls, I don't think, that one.
It's going to be a while till they do that.
Just saving myself some keystrokes later.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Well, clearly red wide from blue looks like a better option now. After red failed to get in the jaws, but what was red going to do from the jaws anyway? It was just going to be nailed back by black, I suppose.
Depends how close it gets. If it lands within 4 mil of the black ball.
Well, that's what you'd think, but it can still be clean. Here we have a 1 yard jump, maybe.
1 yard?
Sorry, 3/4 of a yard.
Makes all the difference. So we've got a bit of zoom on the other camera, which is handy.
So is there not a possibility here of yellow rushing red?
But the key is whether or not that black has actually run all the way through.
No, I don't think it does.
It looks like.
I don't think
It doesn't,
is.
does it? No, I don't think it does.
So Chris comments about playing red wide from blue. It turns out that's probably what they've ended up doing. Just perhaps inadvertently. So I don't understand why. Okay.
There's an error.
Not an easy shot, but
No. Probably would have been hoping for a slightly better outcome. I don't know where they go from here. You might have to change that score.
well, probably a lot to be said for just taking 1 foot position and then playing your clearance with red.
Yeah. Potentially. The possibility I think England are concerned about is potentially running black too far, leaving red off into the jaws, possibly. That's what they're looking at, whether they can get black through enough that it doesn't leave red something trivial.
Yeah, but the further through you go, the more you just give away that trivial
Stop shot for
yellow.
yeah. The further you go, the more you make red's opportunity to get in the jaws bigger, and the more you give yellow at stop shot.
That's all right with blue. The one thing you don't want to go is too close to any of that business going on at the hoop. So that's played quite well, I think. The difficulty here is finding a spot on the lawn where red can't just be taken out by the black ball.
Yeah.
So that's what needs to be done.
I'm presuming yellow and blue will be wired.
I think that was the 8.
Yeah. So
I'm not convinced that it actually is though.
I think it is. As you can see here, this is a technique used by many players, playing their partner's ball.
Playing partner ball, yeah.
Rehearsing the shot. So they're going to hit this hard enough to hopefully have red
Probably
wiggle.
dig it out.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get red in the jaws, which he's done. Good shot.
Oh, that's well played.
That's really well played.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah. He's got to hit that just right of centre of black, and then red sort of wobbles around and
I've got to be
ends
honest,
up
I
in the
didn't even
jaws.
think that was on the cards. He's done well there.
Yeah, black can just come back through and clear that out, I think.
Yeah, he's got to.
But it's no gimme. Black does have to get part way through the hoop before it hits red.
Yeah, so I don't think black is actually following this through. He might get his
No, I
clearance.
think it might ping back. That's on another horrible spot for England. That's just really unlucky. Now this is just going to be another wide from black, not giving blue any kind of stop shot, and this looks like he's going too close to the hoop now, liking here.
It's too close to blue.
Yeah, exactly. It's too close to everything. It's the wrong side of the hoop. I mean, blue's even got a potential for it in off here.
Oh, you're taking that in off. You're a madman.
What about behind the hoop where black can't strike it?
No.
Nah.
You want to be in a running position, but here you've got red's got to come in now. Really
Now
tight.
you can set your promote up.
No, red comes really tight, and then yellow clears blue. Yellow's got to clear blue with some power. Yeah, it's got a bit of pace now.
Oh, he's travelling.
That's going in the jaws potentially. No.
So now you can, yeah.
Mm.
That swings the balance.
England are going to look for a rush.
Yep. Meanwhile, on the adjacent lawn, Wales have cleared partner about 15 times.
I quite like hitting black on the nose at mid-pace here.
Just a shame you're not very good at it.
No. Actually, in the previous match this morning, the only thing I could do was hit it at mid-pace. It was quite miraculous.
I think
Do you take your chance of blue not rushing black wire?
I think blue's got to go. I think I'd be shifting blue, not black.
Do you not take your chance of blue not rushing? It's quite a tricky shot for blue to rush black wired and in front. That's not a big area.
I think you'd be surprised. There's quite a lot of. There's a big cone on the lawn which black needs to land.
I'm happy to take my chances there.
Is it possible to get blue wired and black behind yellow?
That's much harder, I think. They're just tapping this black wire.
This is an attempted nudge, but Wales went with we'll take our chances that he doesn't get this in the right place. This is not trivial. I think he might have
overhit that, I think.
by an inch.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what they've got of this. Maybe they've got an edge. I think they might have an edge, but it could just be a. This looks like he's got something, hasn't he? Apparently not.
He's got something, but it isn't enough.
Made to look a bit of a fool there, Toby. Changing the scores about 20 minutes ago for 4-2 Wales when it turned out to be 3-3 England.
Yeah. Didn't send it live though, did I? So
No.
I got away with it.
You didn't.
Commentator's curse again. That's what that was.
Ian says, "Oh, Ian, where has your touch gone after hitting that positional shot?" Yeah, it looked quite good to me.
No, that would be a where is your touch gone?
That just clips the wire and goes to not a great position. Jack's got clearance here. I think if he misses this clearance, we'll see Wales clear blue, hoping for an in-off. But he's nice to see a hoop contested for so long at close range. I'm not too sure I agree with that. I think that means the standard was pretty poor. When most balls are within 6 inches of the hoop, that means that.
I think, Jack gave it red out the hoop and finished it.
That's a bit of anger there.
It's an OEN.
Was that a booting of the stopboard?
There's no stop ball there.
Yeah,
We'll have to go and check the footage of that.
So yeah, I pegged Wales for 4-2 in this match, in this game, and it looks like England have taken a 4-3 lead. Or about to anyway.
Manager's nightmare.
Possibly.
What, this game going to 3?
Well, everything going to 3. Toby's got a train to catch.
Yeah, Toby has got a train to catch.
Yeah, forget Toby. It's the players I'm worried
Looks as though lunch is being prepared.
That's good. You know,
It's a little bit early.
No, I don't know, I'm getting quite hungry.
it's 12 o'clock. We've been playing 3 hours.
We have been playing 3 hours, you're right. The manager decided we had to start playing at 9 o'clock today.
No, I did.
Rogue.
Every best of 3 starts at 9.
That's a long range wibble, that one, isn't it?
It's a Southwick shot.
No, it goes in Southwick. Sorry to any Southwick viewers. I'm looking forward to playing Worlds, yeah. Sorry, everybody. I don't sign this neck of the woods, I can't drive up here. I'm not qualified.
On the far lawn, it's 4-3 to blue and black. Who's playing blue and black?
I don't think anyone's playing on the far lawn.
You mean the lawn that the camera's currently pointing at?
Oh, the adjacent lawn. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 4-3 to Wales, I believe.
Don't know how to dig that out of there. Nice. That's a terrific hoop run.
All of a sudden it's 5-3 England.
It is. So that's pretty good. Might be foot long. Yeah.
You going Subway?
Yeah, I'll have whatever's going.
They're pretty good from there, considering how fast it is.
Yeah, we'll take that. Considering his last approach to hoop 9, that one's a bit better.
Hoop 9.
Hoop 9.
Very tough. Very
Cursed hoop 9.
near impossible, actually.
Well, he's made it look quite easy, yeah. Doesn't make much look easy, but he's
No.
done alright with that.
Positional play is generally alright.
Having just had a go at himself for his positional play at
Yeah,
hoop 7,
I know.
I'm not convinced by
That's
that.
and it went in front and he was still having a go at himself, so clearly he expects quite highly of his positional play.
I would
Should
do
be
it.
shooting in the first ball this time.
And he's hit.
Yeah, he has.
Tries to judge that one off the mallet, didn't quite go to plan. Didn't look far away though, did it?
Yeah, he's missed a few. Might not quite far.
Yeah. A feather.
But as the old saying goes, a miss is as good as a mark.
Or the other old saying, a miss is a miss.
A miss is a miss, yeah. That's a modern take on it, I think. That's not quite where Ian positioned his mallet on the lawn.
No, it's 2 foot short and 1 foot to our right.
That's the one. Yeah, lovely shot.
The hitting started to go a bit straight for Mr. Good.
He's doing well, isn't he?
He's seen quite a few in the first half of the first game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, certainly since hoop 6 here, he's started, well, hoop 5 actually, 'cause once he cleared that one out of the back of hoop 5, everything's been fairly central. Well,
That's over-egged a bit. Now they'll have to decide whether they want to straighten that up with red or whether they want to defend it, depending on what happens.
might not be there. Lovely stop shot from Chris. Red stays relatively in front.
With an angle.
Where do you put the percentages here on this hoop?
Well, that red is probably more angled than you think it is, I think. That's got draws written all over it, I think.
Oh, yes, definitely. But
Black was still moving on that shot. Mine.
Richard, you're a referee. You should know that in the latest edition of the
not
rules, it
critical.
doesn't matter anymore. No,
Yeah.
the rules changed.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So red playing the draws here, as predicted. Blue is
Tim, would you just be able to confirm in the chat a ball in motion whilst you're playing your previous shot is still illegal, or whether the rules were adjusted recently to...
So the situation
amend
we've
that?
had in this game is that black was still in motion, headed towards west boundary, whilst yellow has played its position at 9.
And it should be noted that black is completely out of the equation. It's not
It's not critical. No, it's not critical. So black here electing to play halfway. We've seen this tactic before. By the
12-1-1.
that's an unfortunate outcome there for JP. Made the attempted clearance by hammering red into just off centre of far wire. Made pretty reasonable contact, but just didn't quite get the clearance. So red has shifted all of probably about 1 or 2 mil. JP's ball has been zinged off to east boundary.
It's a little bit shorter than Jack would have liked with that shot.
Yeah, I think he was just thinking about the positioning yellow on his footing there. So blue here seeking wide position from yellow. I think if it's achieved here, red's got to play this clearance.
Great hit there from Chris.
It's nicely done, yeah, it's a good shot.
Couldn't be much more in the centre, and he gets himself a little bit amped up afterwards as well. He enjoyed that one.
Who told you anyway?
Pretty much, or nothing.
Not convinced that's the shot he was going for.
Wasn't quite what he was anticipating or hoping for. It's not terminal.
It is if red gets wide.
Yeah, fairly. Black's still going to have a go at a double clearance. That would be the case, but This lawn is probably the trickiest to take position on at the club, so. Centre.
It's nicely hit, yeah, right in the middle. So I'd say that the
attempted nudge to block it to wide.
Yeah. Likes it. Yeah, it could be good.
No, I don't think it's quite done enough.
No, even if it makes it a little bit more difficult, it's better.
I think he's still got a full ball here.
I'm not convinced he's got a full ball, but he's got a shot at it. I'm not sure how much of it you can actually see.
Well,
Around about that much.
Contact was made. I think that's probably all he could see.
Yep. Don't like this.
What are they doing?
No, don't like this. Nah, you need to be further than that for your blue as well. Don't like that at all.
No, that's fine.
No, it's not.
Black
Stop
can't
shot
clear
clearance
it
on
now.
yellow. No, yeah, but he's not looking to, is he? Stop shot clearance on yellow. But Jack holds position. JP plays his clearance. Scoop over.
Let's see if he manages to play the stop shot clearance. Oh, and that's a block.
That is a block. That's not good.
Putting red there, it may not look good, but plenty of good things can happen.
Good things can happen if you're lucky, yes, but stop shot clearance is...
But you have to make yourself lucky.
No.
Yeah, you do. You have to give yourself opportunity.
Not giving opponent a stop shot clearance like that is not my idea of making your own luck.
That wasn't the greatest. Wasn't the greatest.
Unfortunate outcome on the hoop attempt, yeah.
Comes a jump.
Still forces the jump, yep.
Will it be a good one, or will it be one of these weaker ones we were talking about earlier?
Terrific.
Perfect.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Never in doubt. The crowd appear to clap as though the game's over, but it's 6-4.
Go inside that. Yeah.
Yeah, gently move that. No. Let's go
I think I agree with Chris. The in-lawn clearance is desirable to avoid. I think red should have taken his free go at the hoop for 10 men. So the in-off there is a curious outcome. I'm not entirely sure if it's what they'd have wanted, to be honest.
Set up a rush.
Are you taking that?
Potentially. I think I might be really tempted actually. It's gone pretty much perfect, hasn't it? The balls are a yard apart. It's on a perfect straight line. It's interesting you say about Jack's hands at the top of his mallet on a jump shot. And it's not as though his mallet's short. His mallet's fairly long as well, so I do get that sort of impression as well. But he plays them superbly well, doesn't he?
It tends to be how I play my closer jumps as well, is to keep the hands quite close to the top of the mallet and just play what would be mid-paced hoop attempt, really, but just hit down on it. It's more about foot position than hand position to play one of those well, I think.
I find that the hand position really helps with control. Like, if you're holding the mallet at the top there and you're standing over the top of it with loss of control, if you just hold halfway down, you've got so much more control over where the ball's going.
Yeah, but if it's what your upper body's used to, you can.
No,
if you can replicate that,
oh yeah, obviously
I think it helps.
If you do it every time, you're going to understand that. But I just think I find, a lack of consistency. I think I would expect if I'm trying to do that. Me and Toby are both in agreement that yellow might be having a go at this hoop here.
Big shot coming
I
out.
think yellow is having a go at this hoop. Blue's there, isn't it? Blue. Oh, it's a dribble.
Oh, it's a wibble.
It's an absolute wibble.
It's a promote.
I'm not entirely sure that was the plan, but we shall see whether it works.
Curious.
It's interesting that the angle of blue looks so poor from here. It looks runnable from out there.
Yeah, aim between them.
Playing for block.
I'm not sure whether the on-lawn camera has picked up the instruction there from Ian, which was aim between them. So this is a double target, I think.
No, he's trying to roll into the block of Black's hoop shot.
Okay.
And it's just missed left. So Black's now
pumped.
got a free 3-yard hoop.
So to take the match to game 3.
Certainly won't take much time when Jack's over it. One swing and away. Unsuccessful. And yellow potentially has a in-off.
No chance.
Look at the angle of it from the actual lawn. That's the angle that yellow's got to play with. He's definitely having a look at this in-off.
I think the only real in-off he's got is if he just full balls near wire, I think.
No, centre balling Black has a chance of trickling through.
No, he's just got to play one of these funny sort of roll off the hoop and into the ball from the side kind of thing, I think, as opposed to a
He's doing
proper
his
in-off.
calculations.
I think that's how he's got to play it. He's just got to kind of dribble it into the inside edge of near wire, I think. And just hope that Black does the rest.
He's calculating what's going to happen in 12 rotations time now. It appears.
What do you think is going to happen in 12 rotations time?
I think that Black's going to run the hoop from 2 inches. This is going to be just off centre of Black, and hopefully trickling into the jaws is the intended outcome.
Oh look, that's exactly what I said.
I don't think that was what he was trying to do. Will we see Wales take on the miracle shot here? If we go to that camera, you can see, I haven't got the depth perception, but red can definitely flick yellow and go into black, clear black and knock yellow in front. If you fancy it, Toby.
Red can what? Flick yellow,
Flick
clear
yellow,
black.
put yellow in front, and black goes a long way away.
That's a... This... No, just... No,
Aha, here we go.
It's a game loser.
Out of the game.
Well, so the
It's
England
the
captain
outside
taking the
of the
hoop on
wire.
there. Yeah, it's reasonable, I think.
Do you think we could see red try and get both balls in front here?
Yeah, that's probably a much better option than trying that speculative flick you've just talked about.
Probably just moving black is okay then.
That looks like
But
the
two
one.
balls in front looks really good, no? It's what black's what they're going for, but two balls looks good to me.
Yeah, but two balls very quickly becomes one ball and a black in
that's
front.
fine because blue's
Yeah.
still got to hit a
Yeah,
14
it might do.
yarder, and then. More calculations happening.
So what do we reckon? Can yellow effectively get wired from blue, and still be able to score the point?
I think that yellow can virtually get in the jaws.
Oh no, it's
Jack,
south of the hoop, isn't it?
No,
Side of
no,
it.
no, it's not. It's still this side. It's a ball this side. Black's taken position there. Not out. And that's it. That's just don't leave it the wrong side of red, leaving them a flick to hoop 13, isn't it? That's the intention there.
I don't think they'll be eyeing up the flick here.
No, not now. But if black came in towards the peg by accident, they'd definitely be thinking about it. I certainly would.
He's using black, not the blue.
That could be a double wire.
Yeah, maybe.
What he was calculating. I think he was intending to get it wide from black.
From black.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't run the hoop then, would it?
This game's still wide open.
Comes from YouTube. Got your own lunch.
Yeah. What are you having for lunch today, Richard? Pasty. Cornish?
Took pasty.
Passes out from Yorkshire.
Oh, so it must have been black.
Oh.
Ian
He likes
absolutely hates it.
A bit of a quandary here then.
Well, presumably black's now open on yellow and red's not open on black.
So can blue get somewhere where it can run the hoop and can't be seen by blue?
Can blue be not
Red's
be seen
fine.
by blue?
Yeah, Richard knew what I was talking about.
Yeah, I think that's what they're looking at. but it needs to not
black
give. They're
double
looking.
clear.
They're looking to make sure black doesn't have a double.
You just got left play for that, I think.
So now all other matches in this round have finished. I reckon the manager will
I don't think
take
they
this
have.
down after 2 if it were to only be 2.
Yeah.
Here comes Chris trying to get that angle. That looks short. Do you agree? That looks short. I think it's definitely short.
Yeah, perhaps. He might be able to see.
I think you can see it on the left of the hoop.
Yeah.
Our left. Chance of rolling into red here. No. Fantastic camera work coming in from Graham here. That's a nudge. Ooh, and it's just missed. That would have been quite a speculative nudge. Came off.
Might have done him a few favours if he shifted it by a couple of inches.
3 inches, yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's now a very wide open hoop.
Imagine if yellow was in front here. Let's put red there. Is it?
Okay. Yeah, but imagine if yellow got the nudge, then they were playing hoop 13, Richard.
Flip.
I think from this point they're interested in winning hoop 12. You can only start thinking about a flick once you're guaranteed to.
A bit like going halfway at 7, isn't it? When you start thinking about that when you're guaranteed to run.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not going to leave you chaps behind that.
What are we seeing here?
Croquet. GC Home Internationals.
All 4 balls in the picture here. Jack is having a go at this, which looks to be a speculative double. This is having a shot or something, isn't it?
He's taking his juicy double on, I think.
I think this is who hits red. Black goes to a position where pretty much everything on planet Earth can get wide from it.
Yeah, blue's going to shift
Yeah.
yellow straight.
Yeah, it doesn't really
but
matter.
then red can come back in, and it has a good chance. If it's in front of the hoop, red's almost certainly wide from it, I would say.
Yeah, blue's going to be red next to the black.
This is Jaws attempt. This is tough, but conditions are relatively easy for a Jaws. That's not great.
Wasteful.
Yeah. I don't think blue's got an angle to run the hoop.
Wide from black's the one, isn't it? You just make it clear it. Wide from black is blocking blue.
No, Jaws is good. Jaws is always good.
You can't really get draws from where he was.
No, okay, but
Parallel
in
from hoop
front
12.
in front of the hoop.
Give it that in white and black and black and blue.
Long deliberation here. We'll have to get the shot clock out soon.
You're supposed to be cheering them on. They're
Too
your
much. So
I know.
country compatriots.
I know.
I don't know.
So we have some calculations going on again. What you're looking at here, wide from black in front. That's too hard.
It's travelled a bit, that
I'm
one.
not convinced that actually runs. Let's get the angles here. Oh, all three balls in a line. You pinging yellow here? Or you're not bothered?
I think he's hitting blue.
Yeah, but not hitting it into blues game winning somewhat.
Nah, easy posse, I think.
Yeah. Tactical discussions.
So this looks like a shot.
Yeah, good decision for me. Runs through the back and stays
Right.
offside. Goes offside.
Could have done with that a hoop 5.
What's for lunch today, Aston? Salmon and salad. Salmon and broccoli.
So, where do we go from here, say the Welsh?
What a great question.
He's just eyeing up the draws and wondering whether or not JB can play his jump, isn't he? Oh no, he's trying to get it through, I think. No, he's just trying to wibble.
That is the wibbler.
So I think he's got to take this on if he's got it. Does actually look a little bit more steep than perhaps I thought.
Yeah, it's quite close to be honest. It's inside a yard and you can't risk peeling it. So.
Or just hit it high enough so that you don't, is the answer.
Yeah, but what happens when it hits the crossbar, comes down and peels it, and then
You hit your
they've
foot
got the
before
first
you
play?
peel the yellow.
Here we go then. JP was complaining earlier that people don't give him enough credit for his jumping. Let's see this. He doesn't go through.
But he's avoided the peel. So
Yes, that was outcome option number 2. So now Wales are looking to block Blue's shot up to hoop 13.
Oh no, play the flick with red.
I'd be, yeah, it's all about skill sets. 100% I would be playing the flip with red. They're gonna weigh up their options, but the first thing that the pair looks at was blocking Blue's approach to 1.
Yeah, that's hideous.
Well, I can give you some inside knowledge that all season he's absolutely loved it. He just loves it.
That absolutely stinks, if you ask me. Play your flick. Play your flick and hope for the best.
Yeah, the flick doesn't go very well when you.
Yeah, but even if you flick off to east boundary, anywhere between
You've
hoop
gotta-
high and corner 3,
Yeah,
that's a much better outcome.
you've got to get off the boundary.
Just dribbling up to Blue.
No, he's not dribbling up to Blue. He's just blocking. He's going,
Yeah, that's
going peg
hoopless.
high, blocking Blue's.
That's
I agree.
Play your
I
flick.
agree, but I'm just telling you what the people on the lawn are thinking.
That's fair enough. That's a useful insight, I suppose. Yeah, but
And the other option, which they're now weighing up, is peeling yellow with red rolling onto blue, which just seems bonkers.
there we go.
The
Oh,
thing they
spotted
have
the
just
black
figured
one.
out is that black is offside, so now they're going to peel. They're going to take their chances.
Yeah, but black would still be offside if you play your flick.
Yeah, but now they're going to. He's not. But the thing you're not understanding is the flick is not in the skill set of the players on the ball. You've got to pay attention to that. Clearly, that's the decision that's being made. Now black's offside.
Yeah, but even if you've not got it in your locker,
No,
go for it.
you give it a go.
Go
Yeah,
for it and
sure.
get it in your locker. Yeah, just because you don't give a whole lot away, and black's got to come back anyway. So
Rushing blue behind hoop 4 sounds quite tricky, but perhaps a good option. Anyway, it's done now.
it is done. Yeah, so we are 6 apiece, and off to hoop 13.
Here we have Jack taking position. It's coming right towards us, and it's a bit deep and it's a bit long. This will
gone.
be a ball off the boundary for Wales, I think. This will be straight off the boundary. Let's get.
Yeah, please do. So there is black.
This is straight off the boundary, as I said.
Ewan's called it. Yellow has come straight off the north boundary, 7 yards in
Yellow
front
will
of
have the
13.
first hoop shot.
Well, not necessarily. Black's not a non-runner, is it?
Yeah, might be blocked there.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that black's quite hard. This has got enough pace to get up to the hoop. It's going in the back.
No. Right.
England are in a little bit of bother.
Might just stop there a bit too.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah, I think the option they've taken is proven to be correct with the position of black.
Yeah, hindsight's a wonderful thing, and it seems to have worked out in Wales's favour to send black to the penalty point. Rush blue behind hoop 4, cheeky.
Yeah, tricky.
Yeah.
England are really debating what to do here. I don't really have any idea. What do you do? What would you do?
Yes. Yes. So centre clearance is what we're after here.
Has to be centred. Relatively centred.
That's all right. Yep.
Should be good enough to keep the hoop going for a little bit. I think yellow's going to be tempted by taking this on, and I don't think it's the right thing to do at all. Yep, yellow's having a go.
I don't like this.
No, it's virtually impossible with blue though. Oh, that's fine.
From an England perspective, that's all right. Yeah.
Getting closer there. I do come.
Yes.
Move it.
Yeah, I agree.
100%. I think we might see Wales shooting a partner.
He's got a double. Oh yeah, Ian's just declared that as a double.
Double on partner and ball.
Yeah. So clearing either ball here is not a bad outcome for the Welsh. Clearing either blue from the hoop or yellow to the side boundary, facilitating its own clearance on blue.
I think blue's the better option. Well, would be more beneficial.
Well, yeah.
Clearing yellow into blue, stopping yellow in the jaws would
Just
be
the very right hand
the best.
side of blue would be a nice outcome for them.
No, I think that rushing blue onto yellow onto blue looks good to me. Force black to do something. This is really going against their game plan of positional play. This is going to be a pretty powerful shot, so we'll see.
Yep, so clear yellow as Chris's thought. Chris Clark in the commentary.
I think either one is good. It's not
There's got to be a pace.
Yes, that works.
Okay.
That was lucky.
Yeah, that's a somewhat fortuitous outcome.
I would say it's a bit of a fluke.
You could say that, yeah.
Off the hoop, blocking blue's hoop.
Yeah.
Yeah, but does it really matter?
Whether or not blue's hoop shot's blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so
red,
too.
didn't it? Black in front.
Well, but it was fortuitous still.
Yeah, better than compared to not getting the block.
Yeah. So yeah, it does matter.
But if it didn't get the block, yellow clears it and you can clear red anyway.
I think yellow's going to be tempted for 1 inch position here.
Oh, that's
looks juicy.
See you later.
That is just being battered to the other side of the lawn.
They're both going, aren't they?
Yeah. But taking on this double clearance risks, if you don't get it correctly, red
So
just
you're putting
nails
Oppo in?
No, red nails into the wire and just sticks around rather than going miles per hour. You can guarantee clearing red, but if you take on a double clearance, there's a risk you put it into the hoop. I think we all would have hit that quite a lot harder, Dwayne.
Yellow hasn't block, is it?
Sorry? No, it's nowhere near, I don't think. You can probably get a better angle. That's the board positions. Nice. So the only two balls that can run the hoop at the moment are yellow and black. I have a feeling that yellow won't be there when it gets its turn, one way or another. Try the double clearance, or whether just to get one, just take red.
I don't know. I was looking at taking a block position.
We're going behind the hoop as well.
Yeah.
Yellow.
Yeah.
He's now looking at the double clearance, isn't he? I just don't like it. I think you look too straight and red pins into the wire and sticks around.
I think they're close enough together. Hit
Pretty-
yellow thing.
Yeah. I'm just concerned about the slight misjudgment. Red doesn't hit yellow at all when it goes into the wire. You can virtually put red into the jaws here.
Yeah, that's You can do all sorts of peculiar things with a
Funny
ball here.
business.
Yeah.
Red's not going to go into the jaws off yellow, is it?
Potentially.
Who made the right? Who said what was going to happen?
The wrong side of it.
Yeah. Just not
Black's got no hoop shot now. On the ground, that is, obviously.
Yeah.
What do we think to snuggle on Black?
Yeah, you should play blue.
Really?
Yeah.
Give Jack his jump.
Well, clear box, I suppose.
Yeah, clearing Black leaves it off and an easier angle to clear it and everything, doesn't it? I don't think it's snuggle. You can clear yellow here.
It's not a bit, it's not straight, it's an angle.
That's almost easier.
Well, I hope we play well.
That's pretty good. I don't think he's quite got both prizes, but maybe it's
No,
a
he
jump
hasn't got a
now.
block on yellow, but
I think this is a jump.
it's got to be, isn't it, really?
He's going to go tap the hoop in. Go then, big shot. Unsuccessful.
Lucky?
That's not.
No. So,
In a way, I'm glad it's 2-0.
From a manager's point of view, yes.
remaining impartial there, Richard?
So there we have Wales' top pair winning all three of their doubles matches.
Looks good for it.
2-0 in every game as well.
Yeah, 2-1.
They're 2-1 against Scotland.
Yeah, so there we have it. Wales winning 2.
I guess I'd better go and eat my lunch. I'll see you later.
Better go and eat your lunch, yeah. Thank you very much.
Enjoy your afternoon.
Cheers. So yes, rather remarkable swinging control for the game overall. Yep, Chris has summed it up very well. Entertaining match. I like his analogy earlier of interesting to see players attempting to take control of the game with hooping and clearing versus players attempting to take control of the game with positional play. It looks like the positional play got the upper hand. So I'm not sure who we're scheduled to get next on the show court. I think the players some of them will now be starting lunch, and some of them will be just finishing it off. I myself will pop in and just grab a bit of lunch. And we shall kick off back again with the action once the players are fed and watered and get back out there. So enjoy a little bit of a break, and I shall see you when I return. everybody, welcome back. I'm going to be tossing and turning between commentating and stuffing my face. So the commentary might dip in and out. I think we've got one cameraman at the moment as well, so, and that's going to be me. So, or Richard's here as well, so whichever one of the two of us fancies adjusting the camera. But basically, yeah, the main camera on side is currently unmanned, so we'll be taking care of commentary and camera work. But here we are, once I've adjusted the scorebox with Wales versus England. So we have Wade versus Walters. Walters playing blue and black. Wade playing red and black. Walters has taken initiative at 1.
Well, the initiative is running.
She has indeed scored the point. So Angharad takes a 1-0 lead. Could be taking the initiative here as well.
Looked like a steep angle on the jump there, but didn't even get over the yellow.
No, it did look a bit.
Didn't really hit it very hard, I suppose.
It's a bit tricky. But again, that comes down to what a few people have said this weekend, that you've got to give them a bit of punch to get them over the object ball.
I didn't notice that last week to the extent that Ewan described, but like I say, perhaps he goes for longer hoops and you need to hit them harder in that case. I only tend to do maybe up to 3 or 4 yards without a bounce.
There is a significant possibility that that is the case. Yeah. Ewan's idea of a short jump shot is probably about 5 yards. Some people might be looking at that thinking it's on the long side of medium. So Angharad opting to clear the red, which is likely to prevent Aston playing the peel here. So
But it hasn't hit the red.
has not hit the red. I'll be contemplating flicking this red towards 3, but I don't think that's what Aston's going on, is it?
I'm sure what else is going for.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Just a little bit too short. But it's closer from clearance, so
Yep, every
Everything
little
helps.
helps, as the old saying goes. Well, now, we've seen this tactic before. Is it going to work in Wales's favour? So Aston, they're playing for north of the penalty point. I don't think he's actually hit it.
No.
So, having discussed earlier, close-range hoop attacks going about peg high. I think they generally I'm quite negative about them, but I think the saving grace there for Ang Harrod is it's actually given her quite a nice promotion opportunity. So, yeah, that's worked out well, especially in answer to Aston's particularly good yellow, which we would be able to see if I'd have adjusted the camera properly. Well, that's just a cracking hoop run, isn't it?
literally a big shot coming up from Aston, blacks on the west penalty area. The only real shot is the jump shot. You could get rid of the red and then try and play the yellow with black. But I mean, it's looking at the yellow closed blue as if
Having seen
seeing how much you can see, but
having seen where Anne
enough of
Howard
it.
ran her last tube from, I'm not convinced I'd just be putting blue there.
may work out though.
May well do.
Oh, that's interesting. That one. So basically stopped it with the blue. And if yellow can centre ball red and keep it there, give it the blue.
Yeah, it's a tough shot to play a clearance on partner that results in Oppo going a long way away. It just seems almost counterintuitive.
It does. I mean,
That's not
if the
travel,
red and
is
the
it?
blue have got a right angle, the red could come into the jaws.
A bit like that.
Almost. Just hit the near wire as we look.
Certainly what we tried for. Was that Anne Howard attempting a clear an in-off of her own, do you think?
It might be.
His body language suggests that he was quite disappointed with that. I think he wanted a bit more travel on the yellow.
Yes, it's not blocked, blue's who's blocked.
Struck well. Oh, that's... Well, worse positions for that to end up, I guess.
Yeah, Bushell's half arcing yellow, move it.
I think it can still be dug out, but... Puts the pressure on. Just looking for the nudge here.
Oh.
I think that might have been more trying to shift the yellow than the blue. So red and yellow here, you're looking to be rather well up in this particular hoop contest.
Yeah, black's trying to block yellow's hoop shot there. Just going slightly past it. Yellow's one got a straighter shot than red has. It's like just clearing black. Unusual choice, I think.
Yeah, not convinced by that myself.
Maybe it was blocked. Perhaps red was a bit too angled to think about just clearing blue.
I'd be surprised if that was the best option. So cheeky promote. Not quite executed along the line that she'd have been looking for. Just frees up yellow's clearance. bad. We could see Anne Harrod slowly wrangling back control here, depending on what the outcome of this stroke is.
Absolutely. Even if it Aston hits blue, it could go anywhere.
Well, that's
Decent
nice.
shot.
Yep.
Could very well be wide.
That settles that then.
You can have a look at this camera. You see it's not wide, but
It's a long old way.
the hoop is partly in the way.
Sharp.
Very nice shot.
That is pretty good.
That feeling when you nail the clearance and then they just return it.
Yeah. Yes. Happens oh so often, that. Wade's played that rather well, I think.
We've got black hoop. I think it's still runnable.
Is it?
Looks like it.
Oh, yeah.
From here it looks left of the hoop, from the other angle it also does, it must just be in front.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. In that case, it's a very dangerous place for black to be, because that would be a very juicy double. So that's certainly travelled. Wade putting a bit of thought into it. There's obviously a few options on the table.
Or even on the lawn.
Or even on the lawn. Yeah, I'm at the table. Aston's at the lawn. This might be a promote to wide position.
Possibly. Not far away.
Contact.
Some of it.
Yep.
I don't know what makes it black actually.
That might be a pretty prime spot to be popping that red ball onto. This looks like a jump. That's jump clearance. That's a nice shot.
Yeah. Nicely executed.
This is shaping up to be the hoop that has it all, this one. Does it have another long clearance? Van Howard.
Not quite.
Aston just making sure that the hoop will allow him to get all the way down to the next. So I'm trying to run this with enough control to take advantage at 6.
And of course red's already halfway there.
Yeah.
Blue and black effectively both on the south boundary.
Yes, as near as down.
Well, from the south boundary, I don't know if it was what she was going for, but Ang Howard has just jaws the black at hoop 6. Blue is perfectly positioned to get rid of red from jumping position. Aston's not out of it though, just get rid of blue, red can jump the black, and it's a bit stuck for hoop 7. But usually expect him to hit those, he hasn't done. I'm guessing black wasn't runnable there, otherwise you would just clear red. Now, pink from court 7 has just come across, somehow underneath the tubes that we've got. shot from Aston to level the first game at 3 each. And Black didn't have a very good approach to Loop 7 because the blue was in the way rather than the hoop. Which makes me wonder why blue went for the jaws rather than just clearing red, because going for the jaws is just asking red to jump it, and if black's not got the approach then you want to wait a rotation or two. Unlike black though, blue had a decent approach to Loop 7, but unfortunately has blocked the black's clearance at yellow.
How did I manage to miss Harrod getting both jumped and conceding first approach to 7? What happened there?
Basically, from the south boundary, black hits the hoop. I'm guessing he was trying to nudge the red out the way or something like that. It may have been a jaws attack. But it was just to the side. Blue went for the jaws instead of clearing red, and red just jumped it.
Oh.
Black didn't have the approach.
Right.
It's not because of the hoop, because of blue.
Right.
Hang on, that's short. No. Yellow has got a hoop shot, but it's a little bit angled. So I'll be interested to see what Aston goes for.
If he gets this, it would be a good way to turn the game from 1-3 to 4-3.
Might be going for the jaw. What?
Okay. Not quite with that one, just a little bit too firm. It's freed up the clearance red and black. Which has been played delicately. Unlike Ewan's next attempt that you might be able to see in the background, which is probably going to be less than delicate. Well, he's hit the hoop, mind you. That's good effort.
Yeah, blue's obviously got a good clearance on red here, but if black goes in front. But how far back from yellow do you go?
That's alright.
I suppose blue doesn't need to play red.
No. Croquet Scores is not yet updated. Who have we had play?
That's because the players didn't write their scores on the order play.
Oh. Yeah, you can't get the staff.
I shall put on what I know.
We have a match that is still in progress. I think, do we? Or did they all finish?
No.
Oh no, they did all
They
finish.
did all finish, yeah.
We do have a match that's still in progress. That's from yesterday.
One match played 3 games before the other played 2.
Yeah. Classic. Classic slow play Burridge. So, yeah.
I think JP was slower, actually.
Hopeless he is. I'm going to take him anyway. Yeah, the showcase lawn had Ian and Chris Roberts beating Mobley Good 2-0.
I don't actually know if Ian and Chris have played together before.
They made quite a good partnership, I think. A formidable pairing.
But when I played in this event, it was Ian and Sarah.
Yes. Yeah, I've only ever played Ian and Sarah, I think.
Actually, Chris wasn't playing for Wales at the time, so maybe that they haven't had a chance to play together.
Yeah. What were the other fixtures? Can you remember? So that is okay. Not great, but okay. I think the short answer at present, Jenny, is no. We cannot provide a brief summary of the rest of the results.
I shall take a walk.
Yeah. Richard is going to take a wander to the scoreboard and see if we can get any memories jogged. So in the meantime, Aston is playing into 7 from corner 2. And Harrod will be taking the position from about 4 yards south-east of 3. Waving it on a bit, needs to travel just a little bit more, she thinks. That's a nicely executed clearance, just the angle that Aston would have been looking for. So will we see Angharad attempt this clearance, or will she opt for a posse? 2 in front, being enough to put the pressure on Aston's red hoop attempt. I think I'd be playing the clearance. We shall see. I'm not on the lawn, so. Harrod agrees the clearance at the order of the day, but I'm not convinced that that was struck entirely cleanly. Mallet on board, so I think you've got to give these things a fighting chance. That's a terrific hoop shot. Yes, that's the wave you know and love. So a big swing in momentum here from 1-3 down to 4-3 up for the young England international. They're attempting to hide the black from the red down towards 8, not quite succeeding. So it's travelled just a bit. Red is just out of shot. Well, he's in fact almost level with 8 on the south boundary. I'll go move the commentary corner camera. Just looking to lob in the draws here, I think. Not quite.
Right.
Yep.
But hasn't achieved it.
No.
It's going so well at 3-1 up.
Yeah.
A good battle at 5, but not being able to approach Hoop 7 probably is what made the difference. But conceding Hoop 6 as well.
Yeah, it didn't help, no. Got much of an update from the morning's session?
So I know Wales beat England 2-0 because we were watching it. And the other England match, Ewan and Aston played the Murrays and beat them 2-0. I don't know what the Scottish scores were.
Yeah.
And then the Lorna and Stephen playing Tudor and Angharad went to 3 games, but I don't know who won.
So Aston's just run that with pretty much no wire, I think. So yeah, 3-1 down,
Yeah,
5-3 up.
That approach is very quick, and that was, even if it wasn't quick, that was a bit too hard. But
Yeah. Yeah, it's fatal, that corner.
you can often say at hoop 9 that it's better to be a bit tall and a bit short, but you're never going to be short at that hoop.
I'll find a way.
Take a big divot as you hit the ball.
Yeah, that's heading very short, that. Just get shifted. shade as well. So, this event is being held at Nottingham Croquet Club.
In Nottingham.
In Nottingham, yes.
On the newly relaid West Lawns. It's the first year of proper competition has been held on them. Last year only had some of Nottingham's events. Very confidently struck hoop shot,
Yeah.
especially from where it was about 5 yards deep, I think.
Yeah, scoring 4
3
consecutive hoops will have that effect on you.
Yeah, it does. And free shot where the other balls were. Not great where it's ended up though, basically on the west boundary.
Again, that's a little bit long, isn't it?
Maybe trying to make red go a bit further past as well, but it's not going to make a lot of difference to red, is it?
Well, he just needs to make sure he gets both balls off the court, which he has.
Well, it's slightly on the right hand side anyway, so
Yeah.
even if red was short, blue would have had a lot of it in red too.
That's better.
Yeah, that's nice. This is quite a tough shot for yellow. Not only approaching hoop 9, but the extra few yards from hoop 8. Change it quite a bit. Looks a bit hard.
Certainly does.
Doesn't block red, does he?
That would be a disaster.
But I never thought that was on if he has got it. Well, Line Harris looked from behind the red, so not close. Just put blue in position either way.
Yeah.
I think I'll go a bit behind the yellow rather than straight in front. It's not too far as well.
She knew that pretty much the moment it came off her mallet.
Yeah. No, not blocked.
No, apparently not. That's a well-judged positional shot, I think.
Yeah, that was a good thing.
Obviously didn't concede the in-off either. Another well-judged positional shot.
Yeah, got the hang of this. Hoop, maybe.
It might well be
It's
over.
faster in this corner now. Is it a little bit softer?
That's the ticket, is it? So that is a wibble from Angharad. Unsure whether that was perhaps just a controlled clearance attempt. I don't know whether she could actually see the hoop there, to be fair.
I don't know if the hoop was open or not. I think it was just trying to hit red pass and just got it.
Yeah.
Well, they read how they move.
Yeah, that struck pretty well. Aston will be very pleased with himself if he manages to get himself from 1-3 to 6-3.
Absolutely. Has to be said, he didn't do a lot wrong to get 3-1 down though.
No, Anne Harrod just picked her shots and played them well. A number of long clearances when it mattered at various hoops for Anne Harrod stood her in good stead. But the last few just haven't quite come off. And that is what has let Aston in, I think.
Yeah, and he just continued where he left off.
Yeah. So he'll be looking to run this down to 10.
He's got the first part.
What, running?
Yeah, run the hoop. He's gone a yard short of the north boundary.
Yeah.
But I mean, he didn't hit it very hard. It was very little white and it's carried on. And how I go for the wire, it's just a little bit too
Not quite
far
there, I don't
same
think.
side.
Less nauseating.
This is a nicely played clearance, but just unfortunate to get the flick off of Black. Clearing partner. That looks pretty good.
Almost got an in off.
So the players looked like they agreed that it was outside wire.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You can try and get a replay up. That's one thing we're missing. Yeah, there's one thing we need in this commentary booth, there's a replay.
There's a bit of VAR. have
Oh, fucking shot.
consulted VAR and deemed that to be outside while the players weren't entirely sure.
Meanwhile, Aston from the south boundary, red has just
Nailed his clearance.
absolutely, yeah.
Which is a cracking shot, but it could be actually just a little bit unfortunate, because if this yellow isn't entirely covered by it, there is an opportunity that it might be right back. Just playing in, it seems to be the safest option.
Yep. I don't know if yellow can see blue or not, but red is open on black, if it comes to that. Yeah, yellow is white and blue with that shot. So, playing in front. On the other side.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. I think I want to make my shot in towards 11, just a little bit clearer, a little bit easier.
Well, that as well, if blue did happen to miss, which it has, red wants a good shot at black, and then yellow's jumping the blue.
Yeah, curious outcome from the hoop stroke there. Never got a shot on that from up to lawn.
I think that's how it's supposed to be. Obviously it's 6, and that would go through even. If it ran, it was much as good as yours. But I don't remember a shot at 7, 8 or 9.
No, I think you're right. I don't think she had the opportunity.
Well, maybe elected to leave black there, saying blue's blocking the hoop. Blue, it's not run otherwise. Black will just wire yellow. Get it done.
Yeah, all sorts of options.
Blue obviously can't stop the jump from red.
I'd be all over the peel if it's on myself.
Yeah.
It just depends what
If
sort
it's
of shot
on.
blue's got.
It's not a bad shout. Yellow jump, probably a bit angled.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll play by Aston, take the first game.
Very good
That's,
indeed.
6 hoops in a row as well.
Yeah. Yep. Game of 2 halves, that one. So again, we'll just see players pausing for a brief moment, taking on some fluids, most likely, or shedding some, one of the two.
back underway with game 2 between Aston and Angharad. Angharad obviously played in first. All 3 shots are fairly decent. Black's gone a little bit too far. So Aston's shooting at blue, corner 4. Play a hoop. First ball over, runs it.
That's what we like to see. 1-0 up after shot number 5.
The remote from position bad.
I agree. I think if you miss the nudge, you could still get on that blocking line anyway. That looks like the shot of choice, but it's played just a little bit too far. Nice hoop. He's got a good, solid technique for running hoops when it works.
Short approach is fine. It's okay, but it's going a bit deeper than maybe would have aimed for.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit short as well. Forgetting that this end of the line is a bit slower than all. The other end is faster, should we say?
That's right.
This end is slower.
I think Jack's just attempted a a jump shot from the boundary of 3 in the background there. I don't know whether he caught that. Just unfortunately dragged Oppo through with striker's ball.
Oh.
Otherwise it would have been a delightful outcome. On the bounce as well. Not a lot of those have been achieved this weekend. That was mighty close. That's certainly not missed by a lot. Jostle with the camera. Oh, Richard's just gone to. So, it's done the trick. They will count. 2-1. Yeah, I think that's what it did. I think that's what it may have done. So red's been playing very well there. Yeah. Yellow's gone for the block. Played a little bit too firm, I think.
Black's very tight. I'm not going to get able to go off far wide. Bounce. You could put
That's
red
the way
in.
you got to run it, though, isn't it? From there.
You put red in, white and blue, but that sort of forces black into the loop, so maybe don't want that. That's not a nudge on yellow. Make sure it's blocked, might be okay.
Yeah, get it in there.
In the mix there, get it wide from below.
You do both actually, nudge yellow and then get wide.
That's just weak. Or you could do neither.
Just going for a straight block.
That's okay. Puts the cat amongst the pigeons.
In fact, with the blue, they're almost perfectly in line.
Yeah, you just got to have a crack at your double here, I think. You know, if you play this reasonably well, black sticks around. Harpo balls both disappear.
Anyway,
wow.
to the peel. That's kind of what JB plays.
Yeah, it's
double.
actually, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Shredded near wire.
Yeah. It's easy, bit of an angle, but opposite chance.
Get a photograph of Chris Roberts. Chilling out.
You get one of you and looking this way as well.
Yeah. Chris Roberts takes enough photographs for the CA Gazette for somebody to return the favour.
No, you was having a lay down.
I've got rather dubious looking photograph of Ewan squatting in the hedge. That'll come back to haunt him. Right, so Jason Lord's shenanigans aside, this is an interesting turn of events. Nicely made hoop as well. So 2 apiece. Got some camera work to do. Aston just doesn't trust Anne Harrod's black. Elects to clear it second ball, or attempt to clear it second ball. Anne Harrod clearing red.
It's quite an aggressive clearance. I would have gone for the sort of controlled mid-pace, keep yellow hanging around shot.
Well, it's also an aggressive shot selection, I think.
I don't know, I think, yellow was only 7 yards to black, red's already further than that, and wasn't even hit very hard.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you put yellow in, you're leaving red.
I think one of the two of us is
14-yard
right.
clearance, maybe more.
If you're going to play it, you've got to play it mid-pace. And if you're not,
Like that one was mid-pace, but he still missed it.
yeah. So he's just played his 2 clearances, vice versa. There, I think. So Anne Harrod now with a nice ball at the peg as well. So
Yeah.
hopefully she can run this from 5 to control 6. Or is this just a prospective draws? No? Well,
it's the jaws.
yeah, Taz jaws, yes. Maybe, sort of.
It's in the jaws from here.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, look, we're on TV, look. Didn't realise. See commentary corner from there.
Point both cameras to each other.
Create some sort of paradox. So that's just getting deemed, I guess, for me. Blue ball.
Probably, yeah. Beginning by moving it a foot or so.
Nah.
Unless it's in the way of black getting it further up, maybe, but I don't think it is. Well, again, foot closer to the 6 is fine.
Aston opting to go halfway between halfway.
It's kind of not too close to blue, but not miles away either.
Yeah. It's close enough to black to stop it from doing anything silly if she decides that black isn't an ideal runner.
It's a decent shot to me.
But yes, that'll do.
I mean, if yellow gets a good shot, red can also play the black. So does blue shoot it the red or the yellow?
Oh, that is an absolute cracker.
So there's a bit of an angle on that, but you definitely can't see it from this angle because it's behind the peg. I don't either, just put the blue in front.
That's very in front, that, isn't it?
Now that would have been nice if yellow could run the hoop.
Yeah, otherwise this is just trivial position, isn't it?
I don't think yellow can do a lot with blue.
Well, you just want to make sure that... Wait, excuse me. Yellow can't clear both.
Yeah, but also, can red see the black?
Well, can yellow squeak past the blue and get in the draws, or is it just absolutely plumb on?
I think it's directly in between. I mean, red might not be blocked to black at the minute, but blue might be able to go on to the black.
I'm not sure what that is. That is maximising the length of your clearance when you then have to play one with that yellow ball.
Maybe he thought he might hit the black as well, but it didn't look like it.
No.
Yeah.
Barely looked like it was in the same postcode for that.
Could be a little bit dangerous going a bit close to that black. There. I mean, still in control of the hoop. Yellow's on the east boundary, red's near the corner too. Black's just going to block yellow's close, isn't it?
Yeah. It's got to be the one from there.
Oh, very.
Sheesh.
It's not a bad
2
attempt
inches
at the
short
tight
of
position.
perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd have been an absolute beaut if that had come off.
Got to see Ewan in the background again there, just smashing.
Having a good
ball.
old thrash. Yes, Ewan being game down in his match. Chris won 7-4.
7-4, yeah.
I'm Howard here weighing up the options, which I think aren't really that many.
Well, not too difficult to choose from, I don't think. If you don't go for the block, you're hoping that yellow misses blue, because red's going to clear the black.
It's got to be the block, isn't it? It's got to be.
That's the idea.
I'm not a huge proponent of the block, but
It looked guaranteed.
yeah.
Well,
Second prize is yellow up to 7.
yeah.
Well,
Call's an option.
corner 2.
Possibility.
So that was in my mind then. Do I do? I don't think I would try it either. It's just one of those.
And Harold telling Wade off. You foiled my plan now. You're not supposed to play shots like that. I might be paraphrasing. Might not be the exact exchange. They look far more light-hearted than that. Well, if we thought the standard of commentary was bad before, we're joined in the commentary box by England captain JP Mobley. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Man that needs no introduction.
But give him one anyway.
Yeah. So you have finished round 2?
Yes, one round to go. Just came off against Stephen Wright of Scotland. Managed to win that one in 2, so that was good. So I think that means England has beaten Scotland, which is
I think that's correct.
Is there a score line for that?
Scotland haven't won a match, so it's however many we've played to remember correct.
In terms of your match?
It was 7-2, 7-3.
Thank you.
I think it was 4-0 after yesterday, so that's in theory the test won.
Yeah. But England-Wales is much more to go, so
Definitely.
particularly
Since Chris took the first game off you.
indeed. And how was Aston doing against Southampton this one?
Yes, so Aston won the first game 7-3.
Okay.
6 hoops in a row.
I was going to say, you used to run that, so that's
Yeah.
excellent. Yeah. So,
I think I looked disappointed to not run that hoop there with yellow corner 2, but it's a pretty good position.
Yeah, it's not a bad outcome. So she feels threatened by the potential clearance.
Two.
Yeah, corner 2. I don't want to speculative punt at red there. Yeah. Just have a little wibble at red.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was why Toby was not selected this weekend.
Is it? Would you not have gone for the wibble?
No. I would have played in. Madman. And protected 4-2. 100%.
But Aston hasn't even played his clearance, so the speculative
Speculative how he played in. You don't know what he would have done if I hadn't played in.
I'll ask him when he comes off the law. So, for those of you who are unaware, the England captain and I have somewhat of a love-hate relationship.
It's only love, I thought.
In that,
Shame.
in that he loves me. I'll leave the rest to your imagination. Very ashamed, sorry.
Blimey, it's nice in the shade, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's alright over here.
There's another scorch out there today.
Yeah, we might have to imminently adjust the gazebo to try and get the shade on the gear again. We need to adjust the camera as well. Sorry everyone. Got too wrapped up in the commentary. Players contesting group 7. Score being 4 to Wales, 2 to England.
You should have seen the, not, I was going to say chocolate bar, but also a bar.
been presented with an opportunity here for Aston to score 7, gain control of 8, thanks to the good clearance that he's played there, but also in part to Angharad failing 7 black.
Not even really in the draw, is it?
Yeah, not great the super attempts go, that one. So Angharad opted to play halfway. So that's an unfortunate hoop failure there. These hoops aren't easy. They're very unforgiving. You do need to play pretty much perfect hoop attempts. I'm just waiting for JB to say that's why I wasn't selected for the England team.
The black got off.
Yes.
That's, is there much point just stopping that when red's going to return that clearance?
No, but if that is what you've got in mind, why is this red so deep? Having just failed from a much closer range, you want to try and get this.
Yellow.
Sorry, yeah, yellow. Why is this yellow?
Yeah, well, essentially it's not the hit, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I agree. This is just black's the next it should be. Because it's all loop. Not that time.
Oh, goodness. So 2 consecutive, somewhat uncharacteristic errors with the yellow ball. Red ball. I'm struggling today, aren't I? Red ball. Although yellow ball was arguably an error as well, having been overhit, maybe. But here we are. So
Aaron has this for 5-2.
now we're playing for a 5-2 lead. Hoping to make no mistake this time. There we are. Still, perhaps, not quite as hard as I'd have hit that, I think. Having had a similar discussion with regards to Chris Roberts running 3 against you chaps this morning, choosing to run it by a foot.
From a foot.
Yeah, instead of running it either off the boundary or down to 4 or draws in or anything.
No, I genuinely don't think he was confident enough to run the hoop that high at any pace more than what he played that. That was him making sure the hoop that he didn't run a hoop without draws in it from a further distance than that hoop for in the match in the best of 3 doubles.
Goodness.
And the problem was it was actually quite effective. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Because Jack and I were just playing badly enough
To allow that
to be pretty strong.
difference,
Yeah.
yeah. safer option.
Hit it in the middle.
Yep.
I'd be tempted at that for 5-2 down.
To play the flick, I
Try
think.
and cut that a bit and just get across.
Yep. It maximises the distance of the return clearance from Oppo as well. So, yeah, I think I'd agree. Commentary box is me, Toby Savage, and John Paul Mobley, England captain.
PJ Mopey.
PJ Mopey, depending on how he's playing. Yeah.
Today.
Hopeless commentary team, not putting the camera on the play. We've got there in the end. So hoop line's been scored after a return clearance missed. A hoop 8, sorry, has been scored after Anne Howard missed her return clearance. Aston converted with yellow. Making score 5-3. I've now got to go and move the camera again.
Quite a key shot here.
So we've got a big shot coming out here from Aston, playing the jump shot.
This is the stage 6-3, isn't it?
Yes. Just not finding the height.
These lawns are particularly difficult to jump on though. The firmness of the ground is preventing an easy jump shot. You really have to hit it hard. This is how it first approached to set up good for 7-3, but taking it into a decider.
Could be having a third over here.
England, Wales, and it's going down to the wire.
Is there a live match from yesterday as well? England, Wales.
Jack's 1-all with Tudor.
That's one.
7-6, 6-7.
Ooh.
So it's probably going to be needed that.
I'd suspect I'd be long gone at that point. I'd be on the train halfway back to Ramsgate. 1939. I've got to make it. I've got to get this gear packed up.
How you get to the station? Tram. Probably. Top one house is still there. Got 4 hours, plenty of time.
And Harrod here shooting to take the match to game 3. 7-3, 3-7. Well played. So this is turning out to be a game of 3 halves, this match. Aston opting for the somewhat overzealous turn to corner 4. Oh, it's nearly got it in the stop ball, in the stop tube.
Down the tube.
Yeah.
It's going to happen at some point, isn't it?
Oh, no doubt, yeah. Yes, that's one way of a bit of a vent. Getting it out of the system. Preparation for game 3. There we go. So in between the games here, players are just going to take a brief pause, just to get some fluids in. Not going to make my earlier comment.
So,
Yes, comfort break is the word we're looking for. So we will resume shortly. Hello everybody, welcome back. The players have resumed.
That's a quick unmute, I'm impressed.
Red has been played into good looking position at 1.
Is the camera actually on the player this time?
Camera
Well,
is
the
on
players
the play,
aren't near the hoop
not
yet,
on the
but-
players. So it's pointing in the direction of hoop 1 in anticipation of that it being where the players are headed first.
Finally learned how to move the camera after a day and 3/4 of play.
I have.
Good man.
It's soft, isn't it?
Actually, we're definitely going to have to play jump shooter no matter what happens on it. Because even if, say, England win both of these, we go 4-2 up. Then there's my game against Harrow, and there's Jack and Jude, so it could be 4 up. Because isn't it 2
You're not playing Harrow, but there's another England Wales match at the same time.
Oh, who's that?
Ian's got to play someone, is he? Ian's got to play.
No, Ian's only playing 1 singles against Stanford.
No.
But Harrow's playing 2 against Aston. So it must be you and then Chris. And then Tudor's.
I think Jack.
Tudor's already playing Jack.
That's one's pegged.
Yeah, but is Jack playing somebody else in Wales as well?
Chris.
Could be.
Must be Chris.
Funny we had the manager here to work out.
I was just thinking
he's playing this at the afternoon sessions.
He spent the entirety of the last 2 days studying the form.
and keeping it hidden
And
from
scheduling.
absolutely
Yeah,
everybody.
yeah.
Aston's opting for his double clearance, I think. No? Aston's eyeing out his double clearance.
The hoop not as good as it looks.
Aston is. I thought it was alright.
Yeah, he's wading into a double clearance.
Oh my goodness, that absolutely stinks. JP will shortly be exiting the commentary box.
By brute force.
So the double clearance not being quite as double as he had in mind. The objective ball has shifted though, so that's not too bad. But I'm not entirely convinced that yellow can see blue at all.
No, I don't think it can.
So Angharad here can play a good positional shot. Tight in at the hoop. Be nice if it can get on yellow's line at the hoop. She can take early control of the game. Could be soft. Could be good then.
It's a bit short, I think, but again, I don't think yellow can.
I think all four
See.
balls have formed a nice neat little line up the lawn.
Oh, you're completely wrong.
Oh no.
Yellow's perfectly open on blue.
Yellow was completely open on blue now. That couldn't have hit black any more centrally if it tried, I don't think. That's a cracker.
Is that a nice, not just a lovely run move?
That's a reaction. Yeah, gave it all away, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the crowd went wild. And I'm confident enough that that's run to update the scoreboard.
Why is Angharad coming over here?
So a few rotations in at 2. We've seen Control flip one way and then the other. I think it looks like we're going to see the climax of this hoop one way or another, depending on whether or not this clearance comes off. So 2-0. Aston's earlier hoop attempt with yellow, having draws, wasn't a complete disaster.
2 good shots, 3 good shots, up to 3. Black short with the hoop, but I think it's nearly rocking yellow at blue, it's not completely.
Shot!
Great
Edge.
shot.
Right edge as well.
Yep, that's a cracker. Playing in or clearing?
Clearing.
Great
both
shot.
yellow.
The game's 1-0 and then going to start.
Some pretty solid clearances here. Code 3 from Aston. I'm currently enjoying an ice cream courtesy of Shooter Jenkins, so I've not got a whole lot to say. Double clearance, perhaps. Fortuitous.
Certainly swung though, but that's very one.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly clearance of yellow.
It's got to be, I think. Red's pumping raw on black. That's got to be a shot. So they're cracking on. Much to the delight of viewer, no doubt.
That's true.
Just when he thought he had the lawn to himself, he's going to be absolutely steaming.
Well, hold on, they're contesting game 2, so that must be game 3. Yeah,
Right.
so that must be right.
How do you know it could be 2-0? Your face. Not the greatest outcome, unfortunately. I'm not sure that's what either player had in mind for the last two shots. Yeah, it must be.
There's so many shots that particularly easy. That, but that will happen. Shoot away. Just good job acting jumping. My word, it's been bad.
Are you playing on hit?
7.
I was about to say I was not on play. I've only played before I played Sleep. I've only played in 6 and 7. So maybe one of those would be 7s.
Do you know which game is next on here, Mr. Manager?
Just getting closer to 4 phones.
Doubt the gear will be up. I should suspect that this will be the last stream of the match.
Really?
I've got a train to catch.
What, 3 hours? Always the case.
Well, and then get to the station.
It's supposed to come away to no.
Surely it's one man.
You're not taking it. Chris is taking it.
Yeah.
Do.
Well, if Chris wants to pack it all up, he can.
I mean, I could do a bit, but there's still some things you might pop away then.
It's a big shot. Sit down.
For all that. All that is true.
It's a good shot.
But it's still as well.
Pretty good shot actually.
That's nicely run, yeah. Some of Ian's shots have come out at ludicrous angles. These quadways.
Well, he ran. Yeah, it ran. It got to the west boundary, didn't it?
I think he got to the east boundary, but the commentator just didn't.
Red from
No, it's Toby on the commentary said west.
North from south. I mean, he just got an absolute shot. West.
As long as it's fairly level.
And Howard there taking position at 4, receiving rapturous applause from the hockey club next door.
Yeah. That made a lot of difference.
Still, it's a hoop shot for blue. Where's red one? That's town.
Surprised if you went to the blue and red one.
I don't think red's one.
I think it's two. That's what the hockey club wants to see.
That's what the hockey club wanted. That's what we all want to see. Yeah, I think that's easier shot, isn't it? Really, it's just a freebie. This one.
What I want to know is
That was in the middle and then out again.
not
It was pretty in the middle.
It's like Toby's chocolate bar was there, then it wasn't.
Yeah, disappearing chocolate bar. Aston's played the jaws and it's not got the outcome he was after. And Howard gets shot number 2, hoop 4.
Practice runs it over, but it's still 5, so nothing.
right.
Both are okay.
And Harrod's good enough at AC to play her promote, though, surely. You just run this by an inch.
Yeah, if blue can see red, you might play that. Toby's saying you can just leave blue where it is. Hit black.
It's always clear black. It's always clear black.
I was talking
talking
about
about
Harrod's
Harrod's
perspective.
As good as the food 5.
Yeah, no, I think Aston might have done the right thing there. I think he had one option, one option only.
Well, that's what I was thinking. But
Who's struggling to keep up now, eh? So Anne Harrod here just playing. Oh, we've got a referee call on 7.
the alternator steps in.
Yeah. Manager come ref.
Right, I've seen what you've done.
If you can call it a run.
You want any spaghetti with that means?
Shots fired in the commentary box.
Oh, jaws from
A long way away.
that was more than peg high, that was.
13 yards.
More than that's it. Maybe 15.
Not really very good at this whole yards and inches.
It's more than 2 boundary lengths now, isn't it?
Don't know. Interesting. So, I don't know what sort of an angle we've got with the red here. That might be a cracking shot if he's defended his jump shot attempt.
It looks good from the angle here. It's good effort.
Be nice to see him sink this for 4-0.
Certainly would. Although she's shooting
Right.
with the confidence it suggests, you can see something.
Oh, it's a nice shot. Yeah, very good clearance that. Held the blue as well. Just trying to sneak this out, isn't he? Firm it into fire wire and hope it bounces out. It's a big shot though, I think. Nice. Wow.
Herb shot.
Executed to about perfection, I think.
He remained in front as well.
Yeah, it looks like
He's
it.
come off the hoop.
He's come off more or less where it was
Come
earlier.
on, playing on the playing side. It's a superb shot.
Absolutely no idea how he's managed that.
He did it exactly where he needed to get to pull that off.
Yeah.
And there's me thinking, oh, we don't want to
Peel.
peel. Let's just play our way.
What do we know? Did you get this one right?
It's a bit easier to determine that.
Oh, good.
Just find out if I did the correct ball or anything else.
We didn't have to tell you what the score was to do.
Chris just the average say for
4-4 against it.
Right.
and to confirm Jack is playing first net.
Yes, that had to be right.
Chris is now taking position at 10.
So does that mean 5-4 you?
Probably.
It does look like 5-4 you. And that's either very good or
That's the sign.
very accurate.
That's alright. I don't think you get a lot of body language from Chris when he plays a positive shot. You do when he plays a negative shot. He can give much away with it. But I think he's done okay.
And the fact that Ewan's not been played in like he looked at it does suggest that.
It just suggests that Ewan hasn't looked at it. It does just suggest that he's going to take it on with the pink.
Also, Hank Harris
Just failed. Yeah.
I think 4, so this is 4 on the last one. I should be pretty happy with it. Even though it didn't look quite
Well word.
It's rolled off, clearly.
No, it's really angry. Page one.
Chris can't run is the answer. That's a well played shot as well.
Leave red there.
Just clear it out.
I think Anne Harrod was after the applause.
No.
Oh, you pied her off completely.
It's a no from
Oh.
3 international England,
Okay.
but it's in the commentary box.
Good yellow.
Yep.
JP can tell us because he played it. How difficult is that 70-yard shot?
More difficult than it usually is, put it that way. It really is. You really have to feather that. It's very, very easy.
So the general feedback we're getting for this lawn is that this stretch is quite quick. And you don't really need to hit the balls very hard at all to get them in
That
position.
Blue being Casey Pond, it's 1 or 2 yards, which makes all the difference.
That is the... Do you know where the battery is for the transmitter, Richard?
I think Chris has just wheeled his ball through 10 to get 5 in. Needs to go, needs to go, needs to go. It's a 10th finish now.
Swirl. There we go.
Bounce off from Chris.
So Aston's looking well and truly in control of 5.
Yep.
And Harrod's going to have to play some pretty good consecutive clearances.
Snick the clearance from 45 initially, so that's why. Ewan on lawn 7 has a shot for 6-5. She scores and gets down towards, was getting down towards 12, but hit the peg.
Good firm contact with the peg.
But 6-5 to England in that key match between Ewan Burridge and Chris Roberts.
Aston looking to draws this, huh?
Doesn't look to be hitting this with pace, does it? Slang seems to be near the line.
No, I think we've just got to take your point, really, haven't you? I'd take 4-1. Just getting it through.
Easy from the sidelines, but I would tend to agree.
Yeah, we've just said that. Yeah.
I've just said that as well. 4-1 is pretty good, isn't it?
It's good to know we've got 3 England internationals that have that opinion. Would have been nice to have had the 4th, yeah. So another few rotations where control is moving, ebbing and flowing. It looks like Aston is clear on the hoop.
Oh, it does need to start on the walls though.
But, much to the dismay of the England captain, hasn't been successful in his hoop attempt.
Not that I can talk, I didn't play this morning.
I don't think you need to if blue can see it, but I'm unsure whether or not it actually can. Do we get a better view? Not really.
What's happening now? Simon Jack. Now we're in Chris. When the Christmas.
And Hera doing what she does best,
Is that really good?
and jawsing.
It looks quite good. Oh yeah, that's good.
It's got to be done, this. A big shot for Wade if he can make this 4-1. If not,
Ewan's got a, after all the advice I gave him, Ewan's got a big clearance on mine. He hits this, is it good? Good shot.
absolutely to board it.
Black thing is not finished that. Looks like this is to save the match.
Well, yet another outside wire.
It might have been down to the blue a little bit.
Could have been the posture was a bit It's a bit off on that.
Yeah, well,
This is a blue onto red onto black shot.
that could be quite nice because black wins the hoop, blue goes down to 6 and red is in the jaws.
It's just thinking exactly that. It's going to be quite useful, just the thunder.
That's Anne Harrod's middle name.
Ah,
She's missed everything from.
That was an attempted peel, wasn't
I
it?
think it's just the direct peel. Yeah.
Having said that, I don't think it's a huge thing that they can do.
No, it's quite close.
Unless red just snowballs.
Mm.
Well, that's not very useful. It's a bit close then.
Is this me watching? I think so.
Halfway to halfway.
Oh, Chris has nailed his clearance. Ewan just looks over to commentary corner though.
To commentary, he's like, this is all I've got to do. Well played, Chris. You can't argue an off-court plays a good shot. Even though it is tempting to. Gary's looking in pole position to make it 3-0.
That is, yeah, that's a terrific hoop. I don't think red can see much of black either. So yeah, I think Aston is.
Yeah, it's
forced
looking
to
at
shoot these.
the camera.
Miss.
Interesting that it's the shot at the hoop, not the black.
Just take a shot when you got it. And red's likely to do the same thing. He just fancied 2 shots here.
How he won the British Open.
Yeah, it is actually.
Had 2 shots in from the top high and shot his first one and made it. Actually, from halfway to the top high, it was a special shot.
He's at least made contact with the hoop. Yeah, Anne Harrod staring down the barrel of 4-0
So,
and 4-1 has now got a shot to equalise.
Ewan's played up to 13 inch short. Chris got up
Oh, did you have a first shot? Oh, that's quite deep. This is a key hoop in the context of
Of the entire event, yeah.
It is quite a key hoop.
It's not. So yeah, the control ebbing and flowing in this match. That's all right, I think, isn't it? That's where the camera is, so we can see Chris Roberts here shooting for the match against Ewan Burridge,
Which would make the 3-2 Wales.
which would give Wales the advantage in the test. Let's play the clearance.
I don't think he did play the clearance,
Well, he's, well,
but from the reaction.
the outcome of the shot is the clearance.
Come on, Ewan. Come on, Ewan.
That's well played. Yeah, it's a nice hoop.
Nice impartiality from England commentary box there. A useful match win for Ewan Burridge against Chris Roberts to make it 3-2 for England.
Yeah, it's
in
big.
the England-Wales test.
Big shot, big outcome. So we've got what looks like an in-on cannon, group 7. Shout out to all you AC lovers.
Pretty good hoop that from Joyce, considering.
Yeah.
Ended that through, no problem.
No hoop message, right? Yeah.
I'll play.
Yeah, he does. When he runs them, he certainly runs them. Harrod not particularly pleased. Now coming at the shot, body language and reaction. That's quite a powerful shot. If
It's looking pretty strong, yeah. That looks like it's going to block a little bit there.
blocked, the irony being that it's not actually a powerful shot at all. It's moved about 7 yards. In terms of control of the match,
Yeah, that would be about the extent of how far you could hit the ball with that kind of shot, wouldn't it, Toby?
I think you give it some poke. The boundary might play a part in how far you can actually clear up.
One of these days you'll be considered a hard hitter, but you're not quite there yet.
I'm working on it. Yeah, not quite up there with the Will G's of this world. Isn't that the guy that you get mistaken for quite often?
Such power.
Such power. Shout out to G if you're tuning in. Hello, mate. That is yet another hoop had Aston's name on it. Actually, it has Ray Atkins' name on it. But,
Over the line.
I'm sure you'll rediscovering Carrick.
no doubt. JP having just accused me of being a slow player. I think he was timed at 18 casts once for one of his shots. So just thought I'd put that out there on the live stream. I dare say probably one of the fastest. A series of decent looking controlled clearances.
Shot.
Aston coming out on top.
Are we at 3-all?
We are at 3-all. From the barrel of both 4-0 and 4-1 down for Anne Harrod. She has managed to keep her head in the game.
What do you reckon the score was between on the 5-all? It was 5-all in the third.
Couldn't tell
Oh, did
you
one
where it
go
is.
too? Yeah. No,
5-all in the third. He doesn't know where it
No.
That's a telltale.
I thought he did quite well to him going
Can we get his
Ball was
attention?
quite
Just
good.
all three of us be like, let's see how he reacts. Give him the thumbs up.
He might give us
He
some
wouldn't,
else.
he wouldn't get more than 7-4, and I didn't really see Lorna miss, so he must have been playing well at this start.
She won the second one similarly. I think it was about 7-4 everywhere. Anyway, he'll be able to tell the manager the scores for the second. It's interesting, isn't it? Anne Harrod
Apparent
is so
miss
good.
from Anne Harrod.
She hits hundreds of good shots and then one bad
Well,
one.
the thing is, it hasn't actually been. Howard isn't actually interesting through hitting well. It's through Aston suddenly missing.
She's been in the draws quite
Quite a lot
often.
of hoop attempts in a row. It's not like she's been out playing at all. very much there to capitalise.
Sam's
Shot.
just hit a long one.
And then runs hoop 7 from there.
That's a Toby one.
Yeah. I like to show gratitude towards people that appreciate good croquet. So Harrod's taken the lead, 4-3. Yeah, it's a superb shot.
Aston's having to sit down.
Yeah. Oh, that was close. Oh, it was very close. Let's run the hoop. Aston's just taken position
That works most of the time.
through the hoop.
Generally, that's quite helpful.
Just as Richards changed the camera. Gotta go do it again.
I'll do it.
Oh, cheers. So yeah, just as we have adjusted the camera in commentary corner, Aston very inconsiderately decides to go and run hoop 8 for a 4-all game score. So then had to go and adjust the cameras again. That's a nice looking blank. Yeah, it's a very good shot. Yes, considering the apparent difficulty players have had so far taking position at hoop number 9. That's 2 consecutive crackers, I think. Is a shot either at the hoop or for the jaws. Yep, not a bad outcome at all. So Aston here clearing the black. himself up. Jump shot with yellow. Yep, good solid clearance. What am I doing here? Am I playing halfway? I'll probably be taking on. The trouble with this clearance though is that if you snick yellow in the wrong direction, you can potentially open up its in-off clearance. Oh, it's close. Very close. Would have been the correct side for the clearance as well. So Aston with yet another jump shot, and this one to take the lead and make it 5-4. Lovely. Yeah, very smooth. Very well run. It's a very nice shot indeed. And yet again, Anne Harrod finds herself in all sorts of bother, having been jumped, but not quite from within the jaws of the hoop. That's rather well executed. It's a little short. The line is still quite favourable. So yeah, it's not a bad outcome, I think. So Aston's red possibly just a yard or so short. Black ball coming in reasonably well. Aston electing to play in close. So it's a nice close position. And Harrod will be looking for the clearance, possibly wide on black. Red at black. So I don't quite think she's got it. That's a nice shot from Aston. Well, that could be a lot worse. I thought it had gone in the drawers at first, but it has rolled out to the side of the outside wire. Very tricky position here. Aston needs to try and find a place where I don't really think there's anywhere that yellow can get where black can't see it, given close proximity to the wire of the hoop. I think it's limited the angle at which Aston can play this. Makes it very difficult indeed. So, following the clearance by Aston and Harrod, just playing back in, looking for a block. Red at black has not succeeded. Totally irrelevant because it looks like Aston's playing the jump anyway. Great shot. Very well executed. Nicely run. Gives Aston a 6-4 lead. The ball at 11 as well. So it looks like that has been seeking wide position. Hasn't got it. Harrod's got to hit this red, I think. It's being played in from about 4.5 yards north of 2. So just out of camera shot. It's got the yellow. Oh, that's good. Aston will be looking to play his return clearance. Very close. Very close. But not quite. So Anne Harrod looking to run this through 11 down to 12. Smooth stroke through the hoop. It's to about the peg. So should probably be looking to clear that red with the blue ball. So black just looking to put in good position here. So, interesting position for the black ball to have ended up in. Forcing Anne Harrod to in fact take on her attempt at 12 instead of a clearance. Aston calling for a ref. Just take a little look at that. So it's an attempted close range clearance. So not by a lot, but the ambition being keeping red nice and close. And I think it has succeeded. This looks like it's going to be a shot at hoop 12 from Anne Harrod. No, it is a clearance. It's a very soft, very gentle. Just a wee poke with a red ball behind the hoop, which is okay, but I just don't think it gives you much in the way of control because of that. However, that's not quite the stop shot clearance that Aston would have been looking for. I think now we may see this blue ball just try and get in wide. long. It's long and it is close to yellow, which is again just out of shot. Ooh. And Howard opting to play, I don't know whether it was perhaps a double at the ball on the hoop, but she's come off the outside wire. Okay then, Aston's played the clearance well, rolled into red and knocked it through for the win. So Aston takes the game, the set and the match with a rather interesting clearance. So, England win that match. Takes the test score to 5-3. So yeah, it was a good match, that. Seemed to be a fair bit of seesawing to and fro here and there. Aston arguably not quite as good at his hooping as he has been in the past. Nevertheless, a few decisive clearances making the difference, taking the match. So that was 7-3, 3-7, 7-5 for Wade. Okay, so the next match on the show court is Jack Good of England versus Chris Roberts of Wales notoriety. Jack has taken the lead with a particularly good hoop shot at 1. We've just seen him attempt a long ranger at 2, which was made necessary by virtue of him failing his earlier attempt at 2. So Roberts here has full control and is likely to equalise. Good. Played it at a fairly relaxed pace. That's a very nice position with blue. Means that I've got to go and adjust the camera again. Chris here shooting at the blue, just snicking partner ball on the way.
Blue, I think.
Yeah. So Jack here with a nice opportunity to run down to 4. Not quite on that one. So we'll see a deep posi here. Oh, that's a cracking shot. Yep, so we'll take that. Played it kind of jaws pace, but it's good enough. It's got in the point. So Chris takes a 2-1 lead. Goodness me, that was close. Wow. There we go. 2 apiece.
So we noticed after Jack ran hoop 4 very comfortably that it finished just about 6 inches away from where Chris hit the red on the previous shot. So if yellow had got good position at 5, blue would need to clear, because red was almost certainly going to prevent black's shot. Because as it happened, the yellow was actually a little bit short. I was expected too far if anything, but it didn't get position, so blue goes deep. And yellow is just nudged black behind the hoop and kept running position. I don't know if black can see yellow or can see the back, but I'm guessing it can because Jack played the red, not taking on a jump or anything, just kind of hanging around. Quite a nice length from Chris, perhaps a bit short, but it's quite tight to the hoop, I think. Just in general, but also on
beef and horseradish sandwiches for tea. Ideal. I think it was just meant purely for the players, but I got told to help myself, so I obliged.
I don't expect Chris to clear that, to be honest, unless something in the way. I don't think it was.
It's a bit of a threat to the hoop hat, isn't it? It's got to go.
Well, I expected that to go through as well. Especially given the shot that we got.
Yeah, it was a good one, that. I think he needed that to rebuild his confidence, but I doubt this is that much to help with.
He did very hard, didn't he, though? Even taking no wire would have a little bit further. Just to make sure you get near hoop 6.
Yeah. About the sort of pace he's played that clearance.
Yeah.
About what you're looking for. So somebody made the observation that the event might not finish. He could be right. So I think we've had Chris and Jenny both in and out of the commentary at some stage. If either of you are listening, I hope you're feeling a bit better. I understand you weren't particularly well. So get well soon.
So, similar situation to a few rotations ago, except red is in a position where yellow was hit a bit hard. Chris has got clearance from the side boundary, but he elected to put a ball in before, which didn't reach. This time he's clearing. Which he has hit.
He has hit indeed.
And it's actually blocked Blue's hoop shot with red.
Yeah, you're just poking this behind and trying to get it, trying to keep it in a wide position. I think if you can't see the hoop, that's yeah. Okay.
Yes, he has hit it behind.
Yeah. Yes, he's achieved one of the two objectives. Beef and horseradish sandwiches are one of my favourite things. And so is coffee and walnut cakes. That was a treat.
That's all you came here for, isn't it?
That is all I came here for, yeah.
If you only wanted to watch the croquet, you'd watch the live stream at home.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there might have been, dare I say, a little bit less of it. Unless you'd given it a go. It'd be quite interesting to man the live stream and manage at the same time.
Interesting is one word for it.
An absolute bloody nightmare, I'd say. Probably another way of putting it. Checking both balls for whether or not they're in a hole.
Does it look like you're in positions where holes would normally be?
Black more than yellow.
Yeah, I think it's a bit north of south of it.
Yeah. That's nicely done. Does depend though. Not every club will set new hoops completely and utterly parallel to old ones.
True.
Some will go anywhere plus or minus 9 inches north to south as well as east to west. Here comes trouble. Joined in commentary corner once again. Aston. Who's your next adversary?
Well, it was going to be Laura, but both the people around it is really worth playing. So, just going to the ship.
Righto. Cool.
Yes, there's only one test still live, as it turns out.
Oh, which one's that, Richard?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
England, Spain?
No, that's finished.
Okay. I think it might be this one. England, Wales. I think JP has just scored 2.
It's good.
Unsure who scored 1. Just have a little zoom in.
No clip on it, so I'm guessing it's only.
That should be 1 apiece. JP's a bit of a donut, might have forgotten his clip. I can say that now, he's not here.
Say it if it is here, it doesn't matter.
So 1 apiece would be the guess from commentary corner for the fixture between Anne Harrod Waters and John Worley, the 2 national captains.
Indeed.
Dispelling the myth that in fact Rachel is England captain. She's not.
Or indeed that Ian is the Welsh captain.
Oh, that's the one that's the common misconception. Sorry, Rachel. I might get in trouble for that if she's listening. So going back to the action here. We are 3-2 in favour of England. Just waving the yellow ball frantically left to right. Not quite generating enough wind power to shift it. So Jack electing to play in based on yellow being perhaps not quite good enough. Which will
The clearance from red was quite some distance, given that red's not directly in front.
Yeah. So red will just take this hoop, I think. Oh, near side of near one. As Chris is looking at it. So the outside edge. let alone a causeway.
Didn't like how pace you get through.
Yeah, it was a bit lax. So Jack, for good measure, has just made sure that yellow's out of the equation. JP taking hoop 3 as well, so that's good. So 2-1. He's ended up in quite a nice position 4 as well.
Yeah, a couple of yards to the east.
So he's south-east of hoop 4. So Anne Harrod really can't play anywhere
Well,
near the hoop.
Yeah,
I
she
mean,
put the blue in front about 6 yards back.
yeah, she has played very deep. Yeah, it's like 4 yards south of peg. Dead straight, but 4 yards south of peg.
Jack comfortably runs hoop
Jack's
6.
run hoop 6, lovely. Yeah, very, very
I don't know
nice.
what red and yellow's approach is like. Red's okay, I think. Yellow maybe hampered.
Well, his shot was okay, but
Bit further Aston.
the execution wasn't quite there. So it has been played short.
Yeah. Another one that's short.
But yellow might be able to rectify the situation. And Harrod's just done more or less what she did in the last game with a different clearance and just cleared JP's ball into the hoop and then followed through and bounced into it and just knocked it a little further past. So those players are contesting hoop 4. On our lawn we've got hoop 7 in contention.
Bit surprised by some shot there.
Aston didn't do much, he's sat right behind you.
Jack's shot.
There we go.
The red couldn't do a lot with black. Why not just put blue in front?
I don't know. I'm quite happy with the slightly aggressive approach.
Well, you would be. More than slightly.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but you know, you don't hit him if you don't shoot at him.
Exactly, you don't miss either.
Well, he hasn't missed and he's forced Chris to, so Jack's done alright out of it. So Jack shooting for a 5-2 lead. There we go.
Nice stroke.
He is finding his shooting boots as this game progresses. Early doors, I think he's had a couple of nervy hoop attempts. Intervention there from Country Corner for a wrong ball. Haven't seen a whole lot of that, I don't think.
No, first time I've noticed, I heard about.
Yeah, players have been reasonably well behaved so far. Actually managed to play the correct balls. Well, I don't know about well behaved.
Actually,
Played in sequence.
there was one earlier where I think Tudor's opponent played his ball or he played his opponent's.
Oh yeah. I think you're right. Tudor played Oppo ball and then came and consulted us because we have a referee over here as to what the remedy is, which of course nowadays is just replace and replaying. Whereas previously playing an Oppo ball was full penalty.
Leave it where it was or put it back and then play which of your balls you wanted. A bit like JB did at the Opens final.
Yes, courtesy of none other than Mr. Bamford.
Playing from hoop 2 to 3 to trivial 6-inch position.
Yeah. Yeah, JP ran
3 by about 6 inches.
2. Yeah, JP ran 2, and then Reg dutifully played JP's ball to 3 as well. Yeah, JP went from half a foot in front to half a foot through. His next shot was not too bad though, was it? So Reg then played his correct ball at position at 4, and JP went, well, I'll just go and run it then, won't I?
Yeah. 7 shots and he's 4-0 up.
Yeah, it's got to be some sort of record, I think.
Just played nice clearance there on the south boundary. Clear yellow, nearly the north boundary.
Yeah, it's a good shot, that is. So we've got a residual camera perspective from when Hoop 3 was in contention. Chris is now 7. Sorry, Chris has now occupied the same bit of camera work again. So he's playing out of it. Thank you, Aston. To somewhat deep position. Jack shooting for 6-2. So this is a jump shot. Red is in fact in front of 8, not behind it.
Wow.
So he's accomplished the angled clearance and then just followed through enough to plop himself in the jaws. That's quite something, that. Yeah, that's the way to play them. If you intended to do that, of course, but...
I don't think you could sort of dream that shot up.
No. No.
You look like you've aimed that way, to be honest.
So a missed clearance there from Chris. Jack now playing from the west boundary. At 2 yards south of 7. Shooting at yellow by the looks of it. Oh, he's shooting for the peel, I think. Okay.
Yellow was going past halfway, they missed. So Beale might be better that way.
Yeah.
It's also not an easy jump.
It is not an easy jump, that is correct. Is Chris even taking it on? Doesn't look like it. Oh, he must be. Yeah. Oh, he's Tiger Woodsing it. So for those of you that are missing the Golf Open footage, here it is. Doesn't fancy removing the peg from the hoop by the looks of it. Oh,
wow.
Not bad. Yeah, crikey. Height was good. Made contact with the hoop. But, yeah, they're very tough to gauge the line of jump shots played in that fashion. Chris has been binned off into penalty point, western penalty point, just to make Richard happy. I do know my east from my west. I don't. I'm absolutely hopeless at it. Much the same as going into a house. My wife has an extraordinary ability to be able to work out like which rooms are on which floor, above which. And I'm lost. As soon as I go into a front door, I'm like, no, I don't know.
I understand if you go to a hotel and you go up 3 flights of stairs and then slip through some doors, turn a corner, which window are you looking out of?
No, I don't even know which ones have got windows. I can barely find reception, and that's normally well signposted.
It's normally as you walk in the door.
Yeah. Doesn't help. So Jack's made a bit of a statement there with his nice deep black, saying I'm not going to get any closer to red. This is where I'm going to try and win the game from.
Yeah, Chris has over-approached both of those.
Yeah. Jack's approach is bang on, I think. Black's motored a bit, but
it just carries on.
yeah.
Not quite far enough.
So he's played the block and hasn't quite succeeded. So I think Jack's just going to be taking this on for game one.
I don't. Well, didn't hit the wire.
Yeah, not really sure what happened there. Yeah, totally missed everything. So that's not as hard as Chris can hit a croquet ball, so he's obviously just playing a bit defensive, keeping control. So Jack's got his work cut out for him, but I think it's doable. He's just got to put blue sort of roughly in the same position as black was, really, and just have another crack at it. I don't think he gives a whole lot away by playing like this, but I think that could be just a bit too short and a bit too far in towards corner. I think if he's going to play it, he needs to be on the other side of the hoop, in terms of east to west. And possibly just a fraction deeper.
Nice jaws, Chris.
Chris has played a good draw shot there, yeah, that's nice.
Jack's got to take the shot to get it out from the north back.
I'd suspect the peel's on the cards here. So Jack is opting for clearance. Stuff up. Hoop 10 interfering with that particular shot. Opting for the clearance, just cutting this. Okay. Probably the wrong way round.
Normally I'd say so, but it's not easy to do a boundary jump on here.
I think if anybody's got the style for it, well, Ewan is quite good, but I think Jack's style of play is quite good as well for this sort of shot. Oh, yeah, it's great effort. Yeah, it's a nice try, I think.
Yeah, Chris made the comment earlier that Jack doesn't hold the mallet any further down for a jump shot, which looks a bit sort of cramped and uncomfortable, but it seems to work.
Yeah. north boundary to as hard as he can hit for south boundary. Just 7 yard posi at 9. So Chris has run 9 down to 10. Jack has over approached. So yeah, black ball's gone a bit long there.
Big dog. What's occurring?
I think it's the same event as when you last asked me.
Hello.
Hello. I'm going to go. Chris there looking for the controlled clearance on black. Yellow hasn't quite ended up in a position he'd want. And Jack's opted for his trivial clearance on it, which has come off rather well, I think.
I'd say so. It's different.
That's absolutely fascinating. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that. Just went for like a AC half roll in the middle of, like, from a foot position. Okay. I mean, it's worked, so it looks like he's played a very successful block shot, and Jack shooting for the win. Yeah. Thinking about it, does he fancy it? You've got to pick your shot, play it with conviction, whatever it is. So whatever's running through his mind, he is just playing this halfway. Oh no, okay, that's interesting. Cutting blue closer. Yeah, I think he's actually opened up a hoop for himself as well.
Well, drop, he's going for a clearing position or a jump position with blue.
Well, I think he's either got the in off, or just the hoop, or the juicy double. And the red cedar black.
Jack taking the opportunity to refuel, get some water. Chris attempting the jaws attempt, not quite succeeding. I don't know actually, I think he attempted to run it. But again, not quite succeeding. Failed to bang in front though, so something's got to be done about it. In. It's a nice shot. Chris with 2 good balls in front. Tough luck. Doesn't get much closer than that. So yeah, Jack's played there for the in-off, which would have been terrific if he had pulled it off. But
I just played it. It was on.
well, yeah.
I'm not sure it's actually possible.
Well, even jawsing it would have been a good result, but nevertheless, he's achieved the clearance, but it was at the expense of black. Yellow has remained much closer.
You got to play blue.
Or blocking.
Could be.
Pretty good centre ball clearance. It's good in terms of the fact that blue has remained close to 10, but if black fails its clearance, blue's also remained close to 11. Probably going to see, if black fails a clearance here, we will probably see a jaws through 10. So this could be a clearance, but this could also be just into a jumping position. Puts a bit of pressure on. Jack hasn't got that in mind, so plays the centre ball instead. I mean, that's a good enough alternative, isn't it? Bit short, that one.
Not so good.
It's a decent half shot, right way round. So this will just come back in. That's much better. pretty much plumb in front there. Raucous scenes at Nottingham University on a Sunday afternoon. That's pretty good. Good centre ball clearance.
That's not very close.
That's not done the trick, that one.
Fraction left, maybe. Yeah.
Well, that's a successful draws attempt.
From Jaws.
From nearly being in the draws to definitely being in the draws.
Gonna flip to 11 now.
No, that is not.
No, you're gonna flip off the other.
Jack doesn't need to flip to 11.
No. I'm saying Chris is going to flip the other bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, blue could have gone off red to 11, maybe.
Could have at least moved red out of the position.
Yeah,
Get a flip.
and kept position still.
I wonder if he has the opportunity whether he's leaving the draws again.
That's going to try to get it out then.
Stuff like that.
That was centre ball.
It's mere millimetres away from, yeah.
Dean yellow.
Oh yeah, when black ends up there, of course you do, you.
Red's just going to
Yeah.
clear black and stay there. What do you do with blue? Clear black.
Clear black, yeah. Yeah, what do you do?
They're all offside, aren't they?
Put both your balls offside deliberately.
That's probably better than where this red's going to end up.
Plays halfway.
Halfway quite a bit.
Halfway.
Yeah, halfway, hoop 11 high, I think.
What's he looking
Whether or not he can get somewhere where yellow can't play its clearance, maybe.
Oh, I see.
Not that it matters, because black's not going to be there to be able to get yellow out anyway. So it's just about to get thundered up the court. Centre ball clearance to make red on side. Shot, Chris.
You accidentally hit black into the jaws of 11.
That'll be fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm not convinced it would be.
What do you mean? If you hit it into the jaws?
Yeah. If you deem yellow, blue's jumping it.
You wouldn't deem yellow.
of course, yeah,
black's
black's
gonna
got
be
to play,
offside.
isn't it? Yeah.
Oh my.
Or black just plays into red. It's been a while since I played croquet. I wonder I'm not good enough to get selected
England
for anything.
International doesn't know the offside.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't know the
It's a-
sequence
well,
of play
sequence,
either.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
fortuitous with the position of black, but I think Chris has actually played that really well in an effort to gain control of 11. I didn't see a whole lot of merit in playing into the draws of 10. But it's done him quite well.
Oops, are coming in. Oops, are coming in.
Okay.
2-0 to Dad.
Tudor and Jack are not playing that long. Aston and Lorna have got a lawn as well.
How long are they on?
Lorn WO.
Can't believe that. Oh. Didn't expect to miss that.
Unfortunate this though, yeah. Did you camera phone problem? Oh, on the nose. Absolutely centre board. That is a terrific shot.
Shame Red doesn't run.
It's probably Jaws's, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh. Who'd have seen that coming? Yeah, well, he's earned it if he does with that clearance.
If that's the case, why was Black shooting it red? I think he put it in.
Yeah, that is a good question, Richard. So that is slightly deep in terms of if this draws is how was my jump shot. So it's kind of the outer jaws. Give Jack a little something to think about. What are you going to do about that?
Black can have a go at the clearance.
I think Black can have a go at the clearance. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's a mid-pacer. Ah, it's perfect. What a shot. Yeah, that is superb. That's the sort of shot that you can play on these lawns and get away with. That's not. So Jack shooting game one. Not to be. The red likely to just take its clearance. I wonder where yellow's going to end up. Yep, that's decent. It's got the right way around
in terms of where he's putting black and red. Red's held control nicely at 11. I like that. Taken the shot, played it terrifically. It's another steady, controlled, sensible clearance from the west boundary. Yeah, that's decent. If Jack doesn't hit this, then red's all over black. It's not great. Red is still all over black. Oh, he's thinking about it. Don't talk yourself out of it. Play your shot. I don't think he's going for a clearance, is he? This is more like a hamper.
I think he's going for a shot.
I don't know. Yeah, you've got to. You've got to take that, haven't you? Ideally hit it on the other side.
Yeah.
But you can't turn that down. It's unfortunately slightly softer, that one, and slightly more inaccurate. Because usually it's the other way around. The harder you hit, the more inaccurate you get. And with that one, the softer we get, the more inaccurate.
As you know, all your shots are the same pace.
Chris less than enamoured by the fact that he's run 11. That's okay. About a yard and a half short of brilliant.
Chris had a look. If you had to see the blue. I mean, I don't think you can see all of it.
We might just be going for the applying pressure.
The other way around, wouldn't you? Play with the blue, the red, and then put the blue.
Yeah, probably. If I was going to play a clearance with any one of the two, I suppose that would be the one, but...
Well, some of it, I don't think you can see a lot of it.
And he's played it fantastically. It's a good, clean strike. His mallet's probably taken a bit of abuse. I think it's, pretty good shot. Just unfortunate to not make much in the way of good clean contact with Oppo ball. Jack's executed that terrifically.
Strong favourite for 12, I guess. That's a corker. It's a good clearance on blue. That gives black the opportunity to just take the game. Well,
Hit the right hand upright, bounce back, and rock red super sharp.
we'll get an interesting perspective on where it is. Once
Red black itself run.
Chris is shooting at it. Yes, he is. Okay. Yeah. So it's less in than I thought it was. Oh well. Curious one. Palm ball has shifted. Well, it's shifted everything there except blue. Not quite. None at all, Rob. I think there's another match to go on after this, depending on the result. We need to, if Wales take the two matches that are in play, then there's one to finish. If Wales do not take both matches, then we should be over by the time they have both concluded.
Currently the test match between England and Wales is 4-2 to England. England needs one more. It's best of 9.
You're supposed to be the manager, Richard.
And both the commentators are English.
Not in my capacity as a commentator. I'm not available or representing England in this event. I'm purely impartial.
Yeah.
Well, anything can happen in this game. And that is a pretty good example of it. this yellow ball across the court, I think.
I think that's probably the idea. Wide behind you want would be ideal.
I don't know, I'd probably wire it behind hoop 8. Oh,
He's gonna
he's
block
gone
it with
for it.
black.
Yeah. Prove us both wrong. I think you can see something of it. Perhaps. Could be close.
I don't know that that's the best way to determine if you can get past black.
I'd have loved to have gone further.
I think getting further from the striker's ball to kind of make the balls look the same size is the best way.
Very much unpredictable, yes, thanks Rob. Oh, he's missed the black, but not by much, also missed the blue. So we should see this game conclude.
Yeah, that's first game to Jack, 7-5.
for the kind comments for the commentary and the footage. I've enjoyed being here. We've enjoyed being here.
Really enjoying the lawns as well. They've done a good job.
Yeah, this side of the club has undergone quite a significant transformation, and it's nice to see it playing so well.
I think between a lawn that is slightly more difficult to jump over being a lot truer than the other side are, is some people could debate it, but I would prefer these ones that, the ball goes where you expect it to.
Yeah, I think there's more to be said for that than the occasional jump shot, which should really be few and far between anyway.
Yeah. Not many people would rely on jump shots in a match. They might have a few pop up.
Whereas straight, medium-paced clearances, straight positional shots is what you want really. So yeah, that's definitely preferable. And I think it'll only be a matter of time before the top layer maybe softens up, or as Chris said, perhaps develops a bit of thatch, and jump shots just become that little bit more makeable. So it looks like players are returning to corner 4. There's a view of the pavilion, former Bowls Pavilion. Pretty good. Yeah, that's a nice way to kick off. That's got to go if you ask me. If I'm playing blue and black, I'm just taking a couple of shots at this.
Very nice first positional shot from Chris.
Yeah, it's a crack at that.
Bang in front of you,
2 shots that, isn't it?
The jackpot grass.
Oh, first bit of lawn damage on the new lawns. Oh dear.
Wasn't me.
Yeah.
Strange. Every time I've done that this year, I've actually nailed the clearance full ball.
That's annoying. I'd rather miss, I think. It's Chris opting for it back, I think. Yep.
That's probably fair.
That's enough damage to return the ball.
So, actually, one of the ones I've done this year was from first or second shot of a game.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to put it where it was, not just within
Not
the
within
corner.
the... Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
You don't have to put it back. Do you have to put it back straight away? Is it still outside agency, or is it...
No,
on the
it
line?
comes back. Yeah. Because it's an outside agency until it's played or attempted to be played. And it has been played or attempted to be played, so...
The fact that it's gone back doesn't make it an outside agency again.
Oh, is Jack playing a croquet stroke with it? Oh, no, he's not.
Interesting.
You thought about it. You've got to clear this, haven't you? Especially given that yellows
He's not shooting at it.
absolutely thrashed past.
Yeah. Interesting that red and yellow are so different.
Yeah. It's an age-old trap, that is. The amount of times I put an absolutely perfect first position in, then I think all I've got to do is replicate that.
Yeah.
You try and hit it exactly the same fashion, absolutely pump it.
You either do that or you literally land on your ball.
Yeah.
Because you've done exactly the same. Chris has gone for the jaws again at 1, but it's gone through.
He's done a Chris Roberts special.
So Jack's a butcher hit 2 from corner 4. Effectively Black's first shot.
Cheers.
So that's where Black was from corner 4. Blue over approach from hoop 1. So Jack didn't see another shot but going for the hoop, which was a little bit angled but still gettable.
good. Good. Going over the top of black.
Sorry for the slight delay there, we had one of the camera's batteries died, just had to go and change it. As well as referee a shot while in the middle of that. That's clearing Chris's red to what looks like very close to wide position behind hoop 6. Confirm that is bang on wide position. Can't see any of it. Right, to be honest, halfway is okay, but black is that good. Could try aiming at blue and just get the right hand side of it half ballish. Red goes into black. Very unlikely, but it's on. But if you miss, you're in corner 3. Halfway is good because then you've got 7-8 yard clearance at the ball in front of hoop 4, but Chris has gone too far through hoop 3. He's gone about 4 or 5 yards past hoop 4. It is very fast at that end, so that has an effect, but even so I don't think it would have been in front of the hoop. Yellow also has gone too far, that's at the side, a couple of yards to the east. Blue as well, almost joining yellow, just a foot to the west. That's got good clearance. Red will try and get wide from black. It's a little bit short, so black's probably going to have a control clearance at red. Well, in the end, he went for nudging his partner forward, which I'm not sure about, because if red's a good shot at the hoop, yellow just clears blue anyway. But that's not what Chris has done, so it might be okay.
Score 2-1.
Yeah.
To Roberts.
It's a nice positional shot from Chris. I think it's... I don't know if it's blocked the black sleeve or not, but it's very runnable. When it's red,
I'd say no.
black.
Yeah, judging by this clearance.
That's a lovely shot.
Played that well. That's a cracker.
Red is just a little bit... You know, if you'd got in front of you 5, that would have been perfect. As it is, it's just sort of a couple of feet north.
It's fair to middling, is it? No, it's beauty. Puts a lot of pressure on Jack's return roquet here.
Oh, well, that's really unlucky. Jack is just... Red must have been close to the yellow. Close to the line, and he's actually hit yellow.
Whipped it runnable.
He's hit red through the back of hoop 5, so it's runnable.
And that's possibly one of the most unlucky outcomes you can get.
So Chris takes his hoop shot before a 3-1 lead. Jack's, it's only 7-yard clearance, but he needs to hit.
Nevertheless, yeah, it puts you on the back foot already, doesn't it? When you should be having first approach.
Yeah, that's a nice shot though. Yeah, so Aston's just cleared with blue, and then Chris has accidentally played the yellow.
Jack has cleared with the blue ball after yellow ran the hoop.
Which is right.
So Jack's played the correct ball, and Chris has gone
straight back to the ball he's just hit and played across.
Yeah, I think the easy mistake to make there is that you haven't actually played red into position, but it was played there for you. But you carry on the sequence as if you had played red into position, just because of your opponent's reaction to it. So that's a good shot.
Yeah. Yellow, if black's in good position, yellow's going to be clearing it.
Yeah, I think blue is too close to the vicinity of red.
given that your clearance with yellow will be much closer. It's the one you've got to try and take, I think.
Just going for position.
Might be going for a block, maybe.
Could be.
Oh, it's
very
just a bit
close.
long, I think. It might be half a ball long. You might be able to see.
You might be able to see fraction off centre, but not the left-hand side of it. Yeah.
I guess you can see enough of it to enough of the side. Well, no,
You can see enough to peel it back through.
Yeah, that'd be a cruel twist of fate. Oh, well, there we go, though.
Oh, you could see the left-hand side,
Yes.
but blue's not in the jaws.
No, it's kind of
It'd be good if it was. Black just gets rid of yellow. But I don't know if it's
just outside.
block for
I
black
think.
as well, or if black's still open.
Can we see that? No, we would be able to see that. I think the camera on, but it isn't pointing in the right direction. Oh, it might be in a bit. Camera gods have heard.
Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like black may be open. They're shooting at it, so not miles away.
Very close. Yep, that's your answer. So we should see black capitalise. Certainly
It's
down
playing yellow.
the hoop stroke with black. So
It's not a bad choice. I suppose red's not very close either. You just control the hoop. Chris elected to take on the clearance from the west boundary at blue. I've just missed. So blue's gone into the jaws. Not in front of the jaws. Not quite in.
interesting comment from Chris Barley. I think, yeah, conditions are quite tough here. The ground is dry. Oh, that's a cracker.
Good players,
That's
great
really,
play.
really good, that. Yeah, the ground is dry. The hoops are firm. They are quadway hoops. They don't get a whole lot of use in England, so at English clubs anyway. So none of the nations here are particularly accustomed to quadway hoops. So yes, conditions are pretty tricky. Players may tentatively take on hoops as opposed to play them with a plomb, unless of course your name is Ewan Burridge, and then you just hack at everything. Sorry, Ewan.
I think for some people the quadways are a bit in their head as well.
Quite, yeah.
If you hit the ball towards the middle of the hoop, take no wire,
it'll
it's
run.
going to go
It doesn't
through.
matter what it is, where it is, how well it's set, what the clearance is. If you can fit a croquet ball through it and you hit the gap in the middle of the uprights, it's going through. Yeah, so that can be a deciding factor, I think, as to whether or not a player.
I'd say quadways are harder to jaws because they bounce back off the wire more.
Yeah, the initial reaction that you get from a croquet ball against one of those uprights is far more immediate, far quicker to react, and that can have an effect on where the ball ends up, whether or not it just
awkward position.
So Jack is obviously 3-1 down in this game, and he's played a nice clearance on red, which gets it away from black, but blue's gone towards hoop 6, about 4 yards past, but quite a good position for that hoop, assuming that black can win 5.
If I'm not mistaken, the players on the adjacent lawn have cleared the lawn. So that is JP and Angharad. But it doesn't look like they've finished.
They're not bringing the lawn in, and they're not carrying mallets back, so that would...
JP's mallet's still there. He's got a load of clips on the back of his shirt. I think they are going 2-3.
Which makes me wonder what they were discussing at the end of that game.
It's a pity.
I don't know if that's
Catastrophic or
sort of
or not.
getting
not
worn out
tragic.
in the heat, or where blue is, or Broadway or something.
Well, it's not his first, is it?
Some of the matches have gone on a little bit longer than you'd normally expect. I don't know if that's the quadways. I don't think it would be, because even on quadways we've had quick matches. I think the heat is getting to some people.
Yeah, that could be reasonable.
I think when it's hot, when it's been hot today, it's been hotter than yesterday, but there's also been a lot more of a breeze today as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Going back in with blue, it looks a bit short. Oh, it's a terrible place. It's got the hoop in the way of it, so you won't be able to clear red. I don't think black can. Well, black can't run the hoop. The draws could be okay, depending on where red is.
That's sailed
That's
off.
trouble. I mean, you're playing from corner 4. Not something you have to do all the time. And it's obviously quite quick down there. I don't think blue can see red even where it is nearly.
So this could be a jump shot for 4-1. 4-2. No,
4-1. Hit 5.
Yeah.
It could be, or it could just be.
I don't know what's going on here, Matt. The
Clear
scoreboard's
blue
all
one.
over the place. Yeah, it is 4-1.
I don't think you need to clear blue. Red, I think can get rid of black. Unless yellow can get black out. Might be able to.
Maybe.
It could.
Yeah, that's very well executed.
In some ways, the quadways are actually easy to get balls out
To
of
do
as
that
well.
too. Yeah, definitely.
Because they're bouncy, the ball goes a lot further.
Yeah, I agree. Provided the ball is in contact with the upright.
JP's on his way over here.
So whilst this match soldiers on, John Paul Mobley and Angharad Waters are restarting on the adjacent lawn in game 3 of their match. So the test is potting up, that's for sure. Oh, that's unlucky. Jack takes an attempt at 5 from not quite the the south boundary, and hits fairly well in the middle, but again just not quite enough. So Chris is eyeing up this in-lawn clearance on black from just a couple of yards east of where Jack's played his blue from. Nails the clearance, probably wired, is it? Tough to tell from here. And super clearance. Yeah, he's played that really well. Yeah.
Possibly just got back into the hoop, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Where blue is.
Given where blue is, yeah. Slight over approach, but nothing that isn't fixable with the red ball, I think. That's probably what I'd be playing from there. There is, of course, the possibility that you can chip your yellow ball wide from black, which is almost on the 7-yard boundary south of hoop 9. Chris has elected not to play that shot, to attempt a posing. That's possibly the block. Black at yellow hasn't got it. Oh, missed block at the hoop. Sheesh. Yeah, another reasonable effort. Chris will just be dispatching the blue to more or less the same place on the lawn. It's actually pretty much exactly the same place on the lawn. So Jack will have another go at it. Oh, it's just played in. So red is obviously not quite as good as it could have been. But it looks like it'll draw us. Sort of. I think it would draw us, but it hasn't. So that was one for the catalogue of somewhat peculiar playstyles. I don't think I've put the sim on played like that before, but obviously it wouldn't run, so that's a pity. So Jack's attempted his jump shot, and yeah, just pretty much peeled the red. Not a total disaster, but not ideal, in the sense that the jump shot's not conceded first approach, because Chris would effectively have had it with the red anyway.
In fact, red would have been better than that.
Yeah, red would probably be better than that, yeah. But it's his clearing ball.
Yeah.
So the maths is just being crunched over here in commentary corner as I'm joined by the manager, and we are trying to work out what happens in the event that this competition doesn't finish. There is a danger that Chris can take this to a third, and if he wins that, and Anne Harrod, who has already taken JP to the third, if she wins as well, that ties the test.
If Chris wins 2 games.
Yes. So that ties the test. If Anne Harrod wins, Chris wins this match, and then Jack finishes his match with Tudor. Tudor wins. That ties the test. But if Anne Harrod wins, and this match goes unfinished, and Tudor and Jack go unfinished, England have still won. They're 4-3.
In terms of what time we have to finish by, the regs say the players should be available until 7 PM.
Oh, so if there's an opportunity for any of those crucial games to start at 6:59, then they should consider themselves having to play. Should they be available to start, or should they be available to play until 7?
I think to play until 7.
Right.
But that doesn't mean if they are still available after 7, they shouldn't play.
No, that's fair.
There is the possibility that some players aren't available after 7.
Yes. I think there is a possibility that Tudor is not available after 7, having committed journey plans. So Jack's got a big shot here from the north boundary to clear this jawsed ball. That's a cracker.
Pretty good shot.
Good shot.
He may have even blocked yellow from blue with red.
That could be the absolute ideal outcome on that one. Yeah, that is one way to regain control of 6. What a terrific shot that is. Chris electing. Is this a posi? I think you got to shoot at something.
Jaws.
It looks like the.
I could see blue.
I could see blue. That's a great response. Great response to a really good clearance from Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really good tussle here for control of 6 then. Yeah, such a good shot. Well, a series of 2 very good shots. Probably a draws attempt, do you think?
Might be. That's a bit short. Might even
kind of
a bit too far to the side.
Yeah, just a whole lot of nothing, really. That isn't it? No, I think it's played for tight posi and it just hasn't come off. Shameful, really. I think you've got to try and be a bit more proactive with that red ball.
I think the red is just going to run the hoop with that shot.
Yeah.
Apart from the jaws, any position just being cleared by the blue.
I agree. Yep.
So you just have to go for the hoop.
Just like that. Just like that. So the red ball's come to join us. Very close indeed. Not quite.
Nice hoop shot from Jack.
Yep, he did that one.
Hoop 7.
Yeah, that's ideal, that. Yeah, looking good. So, red playing in.
Blue hasn't blocked the black to close, has it?
No, neither is red.
No, red certainly hasn't blocked it.
Might be a bit of it on.
The right hand side is on.
Yeah, I should suspect he'd want to play on the left anyway.
Oh, cracking shot.
Or just hit it in the middle. One of the two.
That will do.
It's certainly a good display of croquet.
Jack's taken the halfway marker out to play that shot and doesn't know where it goes back. That's the problem, where you play halfway then you realise the peg's in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Clubs really should put some white lines down, or
yeah, Ramsgate
something.
do. They play like just a couple of 90-degree spurts from the paint marker to just indicate where that halfway marker is.
I think the reason clubs don't is when they move the hoops,
then the
lines will be in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Well, surely if you move the hoops, you should move the boundary lines as well.
Well, you should do, yeah. So that's an attempt at wide position, I think, from
the red ball, so it's a
Very defensive.
line of play. I'm not hugely keen on it, but the pressure was on with the red and the yellow being in close proximity to the hoop and the boundary respectively. But I think if the wibble is on at the jaws, I'd be probably more inclined to take that on. Okay, that's an interesting one. So it's a good promote. But it just facilitates Chris's in-long clearance here, and if he gets it, we're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never see that with me.
No. Jack's not happy about taking the hoop up though, is he?
Just do that.
Just do that. So there's a danger that Chris is starting to let this game get away from him.
Just a bit. I'm sure everybody's been 4-1 at some point and lost a game. Quite a nice shot from Chris in the east penalty area to 2 yards in front of 8. Maybe a slight angle, but not
Yeah,
bad.
it's a bit of an angle, I think, yeah.
I think the reason Jack jumped through 7 is maybe Black was kind of going to be in the way if he did it on the ground from behind the hoop. Which is also why Black's played towards the west boundary. Chris just selecting for a very tight position there as opposed to wiring something or setting up a possible block when red plays.
They're still playing 2 up there.
I think it may be. And Chris has just nudged yellow in front and got the block. So maybe he did set that up.
Crafty. Keys on.
Oh, finishing then.
They're hoop too, right?
Yeah. For about 45 minutes.
Oh, that is genuinely short. I was just going to say, that's the stretch of court where it just looks like it's going to be painfully short, and it just travels and travels.
Yeah.
But that one has...
No, the blue's gone too far. The red is actually kind of not a bad shot because he was on the west boundary.
Yes.
That one has gone too far. Sure how straight the black is. He's hit the wrong side of the red.
It's about that straight. Not quite.
If we could get this down towards Loop 10, that would be ideal.
Yep. If you're in any doubt, mate, get yourself a hammer. There's one somewhere.
And, quite. Yeah, it wasn't exactly a hard hit, and it's gone a lot further away than it started.
Yeah.
Straight, but
Them's the quadways, they do like a good rejection, don't they? So this will be, hopefully, Chris played on the line, black at hoop.
oh, even that's not reach.
That's short. That is.
I think it's possible that the lawn is slowing down, as it's not quite as hot as earlier, and grass has
Possibly.
grown slightly.
Has it been mowed overnight or in the morning?
These two, 6 and 7, were mowed this morning
Okay. Any particular reason that 6 and 7 were and 8 and 9 weren't?
because they were done yesterday morning.
Okay. Oh, so you Chris attempted to promote and overpoked it. So Jack will. He's got a hammer this time. Have some of that. On the screw? Yep, on the screw.
Howard? No.
No, that's JP, isn't he?
Fail.
JP's got his clip on. 3?
What, you just
Oh, great
Shot.
shot from Jack.
sure JP just failed with black, right?
No,
But
and
Aaron
Harris
Harris
black.
God. Completely wrong.
So that's 5-4, Chris. Tracked back in it, gets this hoop. 10 and 11 are crucial.
Yeah, it's a nicely played hoop stroke. Chris would be disappointed that he couldn't get either of his block attempts in the right place. I think it's more difficult to play a promote that blocks than to just play the block myself.
I don't know whether maybe red would have been more suited to just play its own block rather than trying to provoke yellow.
I think the yellow is a good way of slowing the red down. You just have to get the angle right.
So Chris is in the driving seat at 10. Is likely to try and play this iron.
You're trying to play the block instead. No?
Oh, it's close. There can be a result. There can be a result.
The draw.
Correct.
Just double should win best of twos.
Best of twos are just... there's no result. You finish at one each, who gets what points?
Tournament worked last year with best of twos. There was a winner in good time. Best of threes are tricky ones. Take so long in doubles.
Is not correct. That's very good. Is that two apiece on the adjacent one?
Yeah. That ball looks like it's potentially in off for JP, so it should be 3-2 really. That's how people want to have it out.
Jack's body language suggests that is a no-go.
I think my Howard might be about to play early.
Rather good timing there, Jenny. Two apiece, I think. Game all as well. Game all, two apiece. Sharp. 6-4. Yellow's got a bit tricky approach to
Yeah, I don't think you can get in front of 11.
I think you can, but it's got to be close.
Yeah. Very close. Right, has to flick off the wire.
That'd probably just be sound. Oh, that's...
Super.
yeah, that's right. In terms of the angle of approach, that's okay. Might be maybe a foot short.
See, that looks short as well, so does it leave the way it is?
How would you shot to save at 5? I believe. She has hit.
Chris with a shot to save hoop 11. He has hit.
Reckon we need a whip round.
Yeah, I've expressed to a few people my disappointment when Southwick fitted out their lawns recently with brand new hoops, that they didn't take the plunge and go for the quadways.
Yeah. And I said at the start of the year the CA should have got more hoops in time.
Yeah, I don't understand why the CA maybe didn't just say, well, if it's what you want to do, we'll fund the difference. If you're going to outlay on the big white floppy hoops that they've got, why they didn't, grant the difference and pay for the quadways, but what do I know?
That's 1-1.
That is game all.
So, am I right in thinking that Wales require 12 more hoops to make it a tie? I believe. 12 more hoops and we won't be having a result.
And the manager has a heck of a headache. That is correct. That is correct. 12 hoops will do the damage. Yeah, at times commentary might be just a tad quieter, as we are pretty much on corner 3 of lawn 6, which is the closest lawn to the clubhouse this side of the club. And when players are playing in the vicinity,
Everyone but Ewan.
everyone but
becomes
Ewan
more quiet.
tends to tone it down a bit. But thanks for the kind words. It's good to be here, although I do have a train to catch in about an hour, so might not be here for much longer.
Or you might not be catching the train.
Well, it's my last train home, so I'll be on it.
What's Richard actually discussing here?
Ongoing here about...
Because they need to play, but someone was mentioning something earlier about a rule of only having to play till 7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's in the regs. Players should be prepared to play until 7 PM. And that is pretty much now.
So I believe they have to play the first ball on the lawn.
Well, I don't know. It depends on your interpretation of playing until 7 PM.
Excite the crowds for a bit.
Because it is nearly 7 PM. So is that interpreted as the players playing the first ball of a game onto the lawn
And having to finish
and
it,
then finishing the game? Or should they expect to play 2 minutes of this game and then go, well, it's 7 o'clock, I'm done, ta-da.
Got a lovely look at JP's hoop stroke here. Lovely technique, straight through the middle.
It's a good shot.
That's 4-2.
It's 4-2 up now, isn't it?
So
Yeah.
JP will be hoping for everybody's sake that he can polish this off quickly and we can all go home with a trophy. The England players anyway.
Yeah. Which is the Burridge tray, if I'm not mistaken. Very kindly donated by Burridge Senior. That's a bit close. Let's pan out a bit. No, you want to be able to see what, yeah, that's a bit better.
Nice.
So that could be good.
We need to get Richard to move camera 2 over to JP's lot. I'm really confused what they're discussing here. Just play the game.
So it looks like the balls are returning to corner 4 and the players will commence game 3 of this match. JP's taken a 5-2 lead. Which is what we like to see. Well, there's a lot of pegs on this lawn for a game that's contesting who won.
Yeah, yeah. It's 3 something. Perhaps 3 8 and it's 5-3.
That's not ideal from an English perspective.
It's a fairly rudimentary play on this near lawn. Players doing pretty much what you'd expect them to do. Jack ran one well. Chris firmly in the driving seat for 2. The big difference in the course of the test, I think, will be the 3 consecutive hoops scored by JP on the adjacent lawn, from 2 apiece to 5-2. So the players were doing pretty much what you'd expect them to be doing.
It's 3.
There we go.
Nowhere near, is it?
I think I would have gone the other side of hoop 6. That's been a bit tight, but
Yeah, it's done alright. I think it's
that's okay.
yeah, mindful of hoop 6 interfering with the approach. So it's played wide of. Okay.
What are the chances?
Elected to play the clearance. Not sure that's the choice of shot for me if the hoop's open.
There you go, look, you can get 9-13.
JP shooting on the adjacent lawn for 6-2. Looks quite pleased with that. Yeah, cracking shot.
You happy with that?
So I've heard of hedgehogs on a croquet lawn. Just had a squirrel skip by. So JP has a shot for the test and the event. It's not a championship, is it? Ewan's not particularly pleased that he wasn't able to catch the winning shot on camera because Chris Roberts obstructed the stream. But I dare say,
He'd miss it and give him a chance to catch
but he might get another one. Yeah, he might get another attempt at it. Interesting double clearance.
Get on one of them, that'll take you home.
I'm not convinced the tram is going to make it all the way to my home station. No.
Run the tram road, it'll get you to something that will.
You could just get the tram to the station and tell them. That was close to a peel, wasn't
So
it?
we've gone for the snuggle. We could potentially see touching balls. Yep.
Balls really do touch a lot here, don't they?
It's great if you're an AC player.
Helps. Probably helps the tournaments finish on time. You don't have to spend so much time putting balls together. JP with another shot. Exact same result.
That's good effort. He's attempted the block.
The roll snuggle.
Yeah. Is that the technical term?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I would have been nailed.
Plays the jaws. Gets the jaws. Good solid clearance. Jack's proven himself to be pretty good at these jumps, so does he fancy this one?
Yeah, he's usually quite good at them. I think not partly quadways, but also you got to hit in the middle of the hoop. The outside of the wire is not going to.
Some places do allow it. I've seen it happen before. In fact, I think Chris did it against me a few weeks ago. At Hoop 13, actually.
Oh, that's good.
It's nice when it hits the outside of the wire and spins through. He even mentioned it today.
I'm glad I've turned the commentary back on. So here we go.
Jumping. Just checking his line. Oh, no casts that time.
Fair enough.
Different from previous attempts.
Yep. So we should see Chris run this down to 4.
I think he put it back in the jaws. It's going a bit past, isn't it? No, it's
That's
really
okay. I'd be happy with that.
JP's taking position at 9.
slightly long, but I think it runs.
No, he's alright. So we'll be playing big in-lawn clearance on black.
Unless he gets the block. Jack misses. I think we'll see Chris take black here. I'd be tempted by the hoop, but I think he'll be taking black.
No, surely not.
Have you not been watching the last 2 days of croquet? This is black all day.
Oh, he's cut it wide. He's cut it wide. JP's been lucky.
I can't believe you hadn't clocked onto the fact that was just going to happen.
It shouldn't be happening, but it has happened.
JP's got a shot for it now.
So JP with another shot for the test and the trophy. He has got the jaws.
Should be good enough,
Oh, this is a clearance.
This is a clearance. It's sleeping till ready to play a good position, isn't it?
You're going to have to bring out the golf swing in a minute when this goes on the far boundary.
You can go play it for her.
Yeah, right.
see. Just like to see.
I'm just saying. What is this? Is this an attempted clearance?
Yeah, it must be. It looks like it's got to be possible.
Oh, that is the absolute stymie of the championship. No, maybe not. He's got a mallet to it. That's it. That's all she wrote. He was buzzing. It wasn't quite as good as the test-winning shot that I played against Wales in Surbiton. They've shaken hands, so that is it. That is the end of the competition. The players on this lawn are going to stop play because the test has been concluded. We have a score. England have won, and that will be the end of the tournament. So the results will be updated soon on Croquet Scores, but we can confirm that England have won. I now need to pack up the gear and get trained. So thank you all very much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you for the chaps for coming and joining me in and out of the commentary box. Thank you to Richard for playing a crucial part of manager and co-commentator. And well played, the England team. And I look forward to seeing everyone at the Worlds for the live streaming there. So that is from Sussex County Croquet Club, and yeah, that'll be fun.